Good morning, guests, partners, viewers, and fellow Filipinos. Wherever you're watching the Philippine Travel Exchange or FITEX 2021, we hope that you're safe and in good health as we work together towards a better future for Philippine tourism. Here at FITEX 2021, safety is our priority, which is why our hybrid event makes sure that everyone on site, from guests, participants, artists, and production crews, are fully vaccinated, has tested negative for COVID-19, and are strictly following health protocols. We'd also like to remind everyone that the views and opinions in this event are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and hosts. They do not explicitly or necessarily reflect nor represent immediately the policies or views of the Tourism Promotions Board. We'd love to see you travel again, and we hope it's soon. In the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy FITEX 2021, made possible by the Department of Tourism, led by DOT Secretary and Chairperson of the FITEX 2021 Organizing Committee, Secretary Berna Romulo Puyat, and the Tourism Promotions Board. Before we start the program, join us for a moment of silence and prayer, followed by the national anthem of the Philippines.
To our Almighty Father, we lift to you not just this event, but the following days. We thank you for the opportunity to celebrate the wonders of your creations once again through tourism. We pray and humbly ask for your strong protection from any illness or untoward incidents, that we may be able to accomplish FITEX 2021 to help our countrymen and everyone affected by the pandemic towards a better future for tourism, communities, economies, and the environment. We pray and humbly ask for your guidance, that we may help strengthen the nation with our talents and efforts, and bridge differences to collaborate for a brighter tomorrow. Amen.
And now, for our host, let's all welcome the dashing and talented Miss Kaki Chodoro.
A wonderful morning to everyone watching here and abroad. I'm sure that we have international friends as well tuned in. So hello to you wherever you are. Because why not? The Philippines is a gem when it comes to travel, and the Philippine Travel Exchange, or FITEX, is the largest, take note, the largest government-organized travel trade event in the Philippines, hosted by none other than the Tourism Promotions Board. I am Kaki Teodoro, and I am your host for today. You know, like they say, it's during hard times like this that Filipinos are able to shine and show the spirit of bayanihan. Since FITEX began in 1996, the goal has always been to promote the Philippines to qualified international buyers and connect them with DOT accredited suppliers for all their travel needs. And that is why, despite the rapid changes we are facing today, we are here standing strong to promote the Philippine tourism worldwide, even if it means having to do it virtually and remotely. Wow pa rin, di ba? And so to celebrate this feat, our Tourism Promotions Board team is feeling generous and will be raffling giveaways for Zoom attendees at the end of the day. So make sure to stay tuned. And to give you an overview, last year's first ever hybrid event was a quick pivot in the middle of the pandemic. But ladies and gentlemen, FITEX 2020 still had 121 buyers from 35 countries, 345 sellers from 161 companies, and 3,946 contacts established, and 85,000 engagements. Talagang super wow na wow. And if that doesn't merit a round of applause, I don't know what will. So I'd like to invite you all to give a round of applause from wherever you are. Thank you very much for that. So now, FITEX is back and better than ever with participating buyers and sellers from at least 29 countries around the world on our virtual platform. This year's theme is Beyond Business, co-creating safe, smart, and sustainable tourism. And to tell us more on what to expect for the coming days, here we have TPB's very own Chief Operating Officer and the Secretary General of the FITEX 2021 Committee, Ms. Maria Antoinette C. Velasco Aliones.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaki, for that very, very warm introduction and welcome. Well, I am not here to tell you about what's going to happen tomorrow and Tuesday because save that for tomorrow's opening ceremony of FITEX 2021. But today, it is a Sunday, and I thank all of you, our dear sellers, buyers, our TPB members, our tourism stakeholders, yung mga partners natin from NGOs and civil society organizations, ang mga kasama natin sa media, our online audience, and I'd like to do a shout out to our very young delegates from various schools like the UP Asian Institute of Tourism, the University of Santo Tomas, the De La Salle College of St. Benilde, La Consolacion College, and Far Eastern University. Boy, round of applause naman para dito sa mga future tourism leaders. Talagang maraming salamat for joining us in today's pep talk. Of course, I would like to acknowledge our esteemed speakers whom I will mention later, our distinguished guests. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. And it's truly my honor and my blessing to welcome you to today's FITEX educational program. Ayon. If you know Eric Hoffer, he is an American moral and social philosopher who never went to school and who said he was blind until at the age of 15 because yun nga, hindi siya nakapag-aral and therefore nag-self-educate siya. I would like to share with you one very beautiful thought from Mr. Eric Hoffer who reminds that, I quote, "In a time of drastic change, it is the learners who inherit the future. The learned usually find themselves equipped to live in a world that no longer exists." Beautiful, beautiful words from Mr. Eric Hoffer. They remind us, oo nga, nagbago na yung mundo natin. Yung sinasabi nating, kailan pa tayo babalik sa dati? Wala na po tayong babalikan na dati dahil nagbago na lahat dito sa pandemya nito. And therefore, the only ones who will inherit the future, as Mr. Hoffer said, are the ones who will continue to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And that is the very purpose of our pep talk within the FITEX platform or the FITEX educational program. You know that this year is special, no? Kasi parang silver anniversary ng FITEX. For the last 25 years, the TPB has been mounting the FITEX, and as mentioned by Kaki, it's the biggest government-organized travel trade event in the country. Since 1996, it has grown to become a significant tourism business platform to connect our buyers from across many countries who last year and this year are joining us virtually with our government accredited suppliers that have their travel products ready and validated pa yan ng DOT. In 2016, TPB introduced the FITEX marketing educational seminars. No? So it was a key component of FITEX program. And I appreciate that as a lifelong learning platform that allows us to hone our marketing skills and enhance also our competencies in tourism promotions among the other FITEX participants and attendees that we have today. The seminars provided discussions and learning sessions relevant to the travel and hospitality industry. These include market updates, meron tayong mga ano na yung mga nangyayaring tourism trends, and of course, innovations in travel and within the tourism sector in general. Last year, meron pa rin tayong marketing educational seminar. I think it ran for, in fact, longer, about 2 days. And this year, as we bring to you the second edition of our hybrid FITEX, we have rebranded the marketing seminars to FITEX Educational Program or PEP Talk. Palakpakan naman natin ang ating FITEX team for this year for this very creative innovation also in terms of branding the educational seminars. Why PEP Talk? Di ba? If you alam nyo ba yung origin ng word na PEP Talk? Nako, matanda pa ito than most of us because if you travel back to 1926, the phrase pep talk actually meant, quote, to fill something up with vigor or enthusiasm. So in short, it is a talk intended to make someone feel more courageous or enthusiastic. Wow! Isn't this the perfect time for us to have a pep talk? Now more than ever, at least I can speak for myself, is the time when we really need to refill and refuel on insights, ideas, inspirations, to spark courage, light up enthusiasm, and yes, keep hope alive in our hearts. In the industrial setting, yung familiar sa inyo sa mga factory or siguro napapansin nyo sa mall, bago i-deploy yung mga gwardiya, di ba? Parang naka-formation sila at yung commander ay nag-pep talk. Yan. A pep talk usually happens before work begins. And so we found it fitting to keep it before we begin our hardcore FITEX work tomorrow and on Tuesday. We have carefully selected our pep talkers for their experience, their leadership, and wealth of experience on a broad range of topics spanning green tourism, innovations on tourism technology and marketing, managing hospitality-centric businesses, and tourism employment in the new normal. And all of this support our theme, Beyond Business, co-creating safe, smart, and sustainable tourism. In this pep talk, we are joined by Dr. Giovanni Francis Legasti of the UPAIT, who is an assistant professor and the deputy director of the National Service Reserve Corps. Also, we are joined by Ms. Frances Kaluya, the industry marketing head for Tourism LGU's Globe Business, and engineer Eric Raimundo. They will expound on tourism jobs in the new reality and circular economy and carbon footprint in Philippine tourism. Ba? Parang mga highfalutin yun, no? So mukhang exciting kong topics nila. I also wish you will join our roundtable discussions with Mr. Raf Janicio, the co-founder at the Circle Hostel and the Plastic Solution and Seed Nation, Dr. Randy Alampay, the Director for Tourism Research and Extension Services of the UPAIP, and Professor Daniel Gillian as representatives for the Sustainable Travel Agenda. And of course, one of my favorite weekly chat speakers, Professor Maria Griselda or Marizel Gatchalian Badelia for tourism marketing, digital platforms, and social media. While global and domestic travel gates are half open, let us take this pause to journey on with learning further about travel and tourism trends, best practices among destinations, and our industry partners, and simply be inspired by awesome stories that will hopefully be animatedly told by our distinguished speakers and resource persons. I hope that you will find today's conversations as a good key to opening new doors of exciting knowledge and renewed hope, and empower you to grow your businesses and guide us to better directions for us to realize our shared advocacy and goals for sustainable, smart, and safe tourism. On behalf of the Tourism Promotions Board Steering Committee of this year's PTEX 2021, I cannot thank you enough for your support, for your participation, and we look forward to your enjoying today's pep talk and tomorrow's official start of CTEX running through until Tuesday. Maraming salamat. God bless. Keep safe, everyone, and we hope to see you soon.
Maraming salamat din po, Attorney Velasco Aliones, or as people in the tourism industry fondly call her, COO Mava. You know, she already put it perfectly. I'm so excited because today will be all about enthusiasm, renewed hope, and finding courage once again. It couldn't have come at the most perfect time. And you know what? I am so excited as well to learn, relearn, and unlearn. I can't wait to listen to all of our speakers for today. So we're going to move on to our first ever pep talk, which stands for FETEX Educational Program. It is an innovation of FETEX to make marketing seminars an effective and engaging learning process for everyone, where we are joined by pep talk teachers who are experts in various fields related to tourism, promotion, and development. In fact, COO Mava already mentioned them earlier. And honestly, I am very honored to be here as an educator myself for television as Ate Maya in the new Batibot. So to all our Filipinos watching, magandang araw! So for our first teacher of the day, we have Asian Institute of Tourism's Assistant Professor, Giovanni Francis Legaspi, who is also the Deputy Director of the National Service Reserve Corps, or the NSRC. Now, for those of you who don't know, the NSRC is a civic education and defense preparedness program in the Philippines. And with Sir Vani at the helm, he is in charge of finding community solutions and also solutions to problems like the standstill of livelihood in the tourism sector due to the pandemic. And to talk about how we can be creative in adapting to tourism careers in the new normal, let us all welcome Assistant Professor Giovanni Francis Legaspi.
Hello, hi, how are you? How's everyone doing? Sorry, there's a certain glitch here. Thank you, Kaka. Thank you very much. Kaki, I'm sorry. Thank you, Kaki. May I know, is everyone seeing my screen at the moment? I'm having some problems here. There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you, of course, our beloved CEO, COO Mava. Thank you very much for the invitation. Of course, the TPB team, the DOT team. And good morning. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Thank you for sparing your Sunday morning with us to listen, to learn, relearn, unlearn, and be part of the development of the future of tourism. Now, this is very special to all of us, and we are privileged and honored to look at all these aspects where we bring new light, discussions, and wisdom, so to speak, on how we see tourism jobs in the new reality. But first, before I begin, I want to ask everyone here, participants either in the YouTube or in Zoom or elsewhere, how's everyone feeling right now? May I see your reactions? Perhaps just type in your feelings, emotions, how you feel right now. And this is particularly important because we want to anticipate now what are your expectations, how you feel and see things unfold. We don't want to sugarcoat things that are happening right now, but we want to be optimistic and realistic as well. So I'm seeing here some comments. Did I hear that right? Yeah, great. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Perhaps you can, as we go along, you can just type in your how you feel basically this morning, okay? And what are your thoughts on the topic that we need to discuss, particularly on the tourism jobs in the new reality? And as I mentioned, I would like to look at the future of tourism jobs with optimism, positive outlook, and full of hope. And we want to be realistic and mindful of the situation we're all in and how this may affect change as the next normal. Or so most of us will look at it as the new normal, but practically this will be the next normal or the normal thing that will be done. This discussion will have, well, we consider this to be continuously evolving every day. It's very dynamic. We have to be responsive, reactive, and proactive, and we don't know exactly how things will unfold in the coming days, months, even as we speak, in the longer prospects. So we look at years and the pandemic. I hope that we will be able to overcome all these things that are happening, particularly in the conditions of work. So we want to look at the context of how we'll be starting this discussion. As well, I would like to also reiterate and quote what our beloved CEO mentioned, according to Eric Hoffer. And truly, as Eric Hoffer mentioned, in a world of change, the learners shall inherit the earth, while the learned shall find themselves perfectly suited for a world that no longer exists. And to those who will inherit the future of tourism, they are the ones who are willing and truly learn, relearn, and adapt and adjust and be flexible. So for the discussion today, I just want to give an overview, an introduction, and introduce particularly the situation we're in, what we need to do, tasks here, and certain actions, and explain how it can be done, and hopefully some positive results of how we will be able to recommend all these things. So we move to the next slide. Oops, sorry about that. I got this from the ILO report in 2020, specifically, well, not romanticizing, but looking at the actual reality that there has been a dramatic reduction in the business activity, specifically on tourism sector. And we've seen this dramatic reduction essentially in all jobs in tourism, and they're adversely affected, job displacement, laid offs, redundancies, and all these may still continue until such time that tourism activities can return to pre-COVID situation. And that's where we all look forward to and hope for. And according to ILO, this would return to its pre-pandemic in 2023. Others would have studies and surveys and researchers that might be more optimistic, say we're talking here about future in 5 years. But we become more realistic as we adjust and be more flexible. And that is what we want to understand and see and hopeful of the discussion today. So I would like to focus on unemployment and underemployment. As I mentioned earlier, I don't want to sugarcoat anything. Let's all be honest, truthful, however, optimistic and realistic, and looking forward on how we can put change and look at how we can adapt to certain flexible measures. So recently, the country posted unemployment rate at about 3 million and underemployment at 8.7 million because of the pandemic. And this is alarming, and disturbing as well, honestly. But what do we do? What do we have to do? So we are in a situation where we are all hopeful. Again, we want to continue the business and maintain our people, the human resources, the human capital, the human experience that we'll be discussing later. We are at the transition stage where we witnessed several changes happening. This is a virtual reality of work. We need to reconnect with the self. We need to reconnect with our co-workers, our society, community, and looking at how we advance this through technology. So we move to the next slide, and we look at the data or information here sourced from the International Labour Organization. And this is basically describing the employment in tourism sector as a share of the total employment and the informality in tourism employment as well. So this is surveyed in 14 different countries across Asia and the Pacific. And let's see some important interpretations of employment in the tourism sector here. So we look at the percentage of the informal sector and the overall percentage of employment in tourism. And we want to realize how important this is in the tourism and the total employment of each country. So this number only proves and it shows how tourism is seen as a major employment provider in the country. or in various countries across Asia and the Pacific. So this is notwithstanding the fact that we consider tourism as the biggest industry globally, and that is without any contention. That's why we're all here. So I want to be more optimistic and looking at all these figures that will help us realign, restructure, and look and move forward to future of tourism jobs. This is also further expounding on certain concerns and descriptions detailing the distribution of employment in the tourism sector. And by the way, I want to look at it in the context that it does not only reflect the indirect contribution of tourism to employment, but this can be more sizable. And according to World Travel and Tourism Council, or the WTTC, the estimates would be looking at certain measures to safeguard environment and ensuring that the growth of travel and tourism is managed responsibly. And we find ways on how to balance people's interests and looking at how the environment, we can all exist together with the business and looking at profits at the end. So for this particular, again, going back to this slide, it details the employment of tourism sector by subsectors. And we see that across these countries. So the top 3 sectors of employment in tourism are from accommodations, F&B, and transport facilities. And reflecting that in our country, we see food and beverage as the #1 employer or a provider of employment. After which we look at accommodations, followed by sports and recreational activities, water transport services, cultural activities, and travel agencies, and all other reservation activities that would follow. So in this particular context, we value and see the importance of tourism as a major employment and a source of income to most, if not all, based on the percentage distribution of employment in our country. And this was sourced from the PTSA report in 2020. And this is from the Philippine Statistics Authority. And we see here some distribution locally of how we represent the distribution in tourism employment in our country, which comprise about 39.9% of the passenger transport. And we also look at accommodation and F&B at about 31.4%, miscellaneous related services at 15.3%, and so on. So what does this mean to you, basically? We want to look at some hopes, and we want to be optimistic on these figures. However, this is all considering the pandemic and the situation that we are currently experiencing. And the jobs that will be at stake later on. We'll still consider all these descriptions or work that has been categorized in this component. So understanding this, there are also some limitations that we also would like to look into and consider, particularly on understanding the future of work and skills development. So this is a framework or a model that has been provided in a report of UNWTO, or the United Nations World Tourism Organization. So looking at all the descriptions here, we see how we make employable or how people employable in the potential job development. We see the future of tourism work and skills that are needed as we move forward and plan ahead. So we're looking at engaging people through identifying key competencies. So we see here some aspects of impact of automation, AI, robotization. So this has been an ongoing discussion, decades ago, I would say. And up until now, not much has been done. However, in more progressive countries, we see developments of, not only robotization, but digitalization as well. So we are in the digital age, so to speak. However, I want to point out that even up until 2018 and 2019, this wasn't considered to be a major contribution on how we develop work in tourism. And now, because of the immediate response, and we need to adapt to certain flexible measures, to counter certain challenges posed by the pandemic, then everyone is looking at opportunities where this will have to be in place in our workplace. So we look at learning institutions as well. No? So talking about the academe, and we thank all the participants and those who joined the discussion today, training partners. Of course, we couldn't leave this discussion without mentioning DOT, TPB, CHED as well, TIBFI, who is certainly highly involved in certain aspects, particularly to human skills development, training, and all. So we want to understand how upskilling, reskilling, new knowledge will play a big role in this future of work and skills development. Engagement, later we will emphasize the shift from employee experience to human experience. So why is it important in today's work environment? So why is it important to consider human experience? So we look at the overall well-being of human resources or people, including physical, mental, the overall well-being, the holistic representation of an individual in the workplace. Vis-a-vis looking at how this can all be achieved together with the business goals and objectives. All right, so let's move on to the next slide here. For the discussion today, I would like to focus on these three aspects of tourism jobs in the new reality. Talk about work, talk about the workforce, and we talk about the workplace. So these are all interrelated, and affecting each other would be important in understanding how we look at the future of work in a virtual reality. So we're talking here about particular focus and discussion and the aspects that will comprise the future of tourism jobs. So first, I would like to throw in another question. So what is work to you? So I want to hear how you define what is work. It's very interesting. The concept of work has many definitions, no? But I also would like to look at how you look and define what is work based on your own personal capacities, experiences. So may I see here some feedback or comments? So how do you define what is work? So let's see them coming in later perhaps. So basically, if we want to look at what is work and as defined in the labor code, expressing this in the hours of work render, hours of work shall include time during an employee is required to be on duty or to be at the prescribed workplace. No? And these are times during employment which is suffered or permitting work. Of course, with remunerations. I want to emphasize on the word suffered. To many, work can be a daily activity where we expect to be paid. Okay, whether daily, project-based, JO, contractual, permanent, and so on. Okay, the different types of work arrangements. Okay, but looking at all this, why is work considered as a suffering? Okay, I see here some definitions or appreciation of what is work. Work is a green job. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And you know, in the context of how we understand what is work, we want to identify, you know, biases, and of course, so how we see these biases serving our own purpose. Later, I'll discuss and present a sense of purpose that each one would always want to have in relation to what work and how work can be done. Okay, so basically, work is an activity involving physical, mental efforts done particularly to achieve a goal, an output. Of course, in return, you expect some pay, remuneration, benefits as well. And workforce would refer to people, workers, and human resources as well. Okay, and understanding how this will all affect work, we want to look at the aspect of how globalization and adaptation to certain guidelines provided to organizations related to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Okay. We want to focus as well on the localization of certain aspects of work. But looking at the effect of tourism globally, we say that tourism is the #1 employer, the biggest industry across the globe. Then we also want to subscribe to certain concerns and provisions related to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In the words of the UN Secretary General, I want to quote, tourism can be a platform for overcoming the pandemic. And by bringing people together, tourism can promote solidarity and trust. And this is very optimistic and very true. We are all here basically because we see and we share the same sentiments. Tourism is an essential partner and a pillar of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And this looking at all aspects, particularly on quality education, gender equality, decent work, economic growth, reduce inequalities, and partnerships for future developments. So we're looking here at not only individual development, but we're talking here about a holistic and overall development, both at work and at home and personal. Okay. So the virtual reality of work. So this is where we're in right now. We want to reconnect with self, with society, with friends, with people, co-workers, colleagues, and technology as well. So talking here about what hard skills do employers look for. We're talking here about technology, talking about computer technology, applications. At the moment, we are all enjoying this facility, which is aided by computer technology, I would say. The different aspects of how applications can be provided suitable to each work, okay, facilitating ease of access, efficiency of work delivery, and all. So we talk about data analysis as well. So data analysis, particularly looking at resource management, information that are relevant, especially to branding, brand identity, doing work. Data analysis has it has given a new and a breath of fresh air, no, in terms of how we look at surveys and applications on how we perceive what and how our organization and even work and workers, no, will respond to certain needs of the environment. Okay, and we're talking here not only about tourists, but practically every aspect of how and where we exist and coexist. Digital marketing hard skills. Okay. Later, our good friend, Dr. Maricel Badia, will also give more emphasis on this discussion. But as an overview, we are all in this kind of hard skills that we all wanted to help and develop our organization, even the workforce. Okay. Marketing hard skills. So we're talking here about brand development. We're talking here about branding. We look at different aspects of how we contribute as a human resources. Part of the organization is always wanting to look at every aspect of the organization to be helping how we create now the brand and the identity of the organization. Project management, work-related activities have similarly looked at this aspect, no, in a different way. Okay, we look at the processes of leading. Okay, well, talking about teamwork, talking about how we achieve all project goals within given constraints. We are all given a lot of changes, and we are faced with all changes that we are all wanting to overcome, particularly restrictions and limitations of doing work. Talking about time, talking about access, talking about manpower, even money, even finances. Okay, we have seen changes on how we develop a deeper communication and interpersonal work relationships. Okay. The ability to negotiate and resolve conflicts has been quite high and has been in its best. And I would say, you know, looking at how we are becoming more sensitive about each other. Okay, not only in terms of output, not only in terms of work, but in terms of our relationship, work relationships with others. Building commitment with the team. I always remember the context of organizational citizenship behavior in this aspect. No? We try to build community. We try to commit with everything and everyone in an organization. Volunteerism is practically something that's quite popular at this time. We look at ways on how we engage ourselves in civic engagement, community work, development of others as well. And this is practically looking at how we build commitment together with our team. Everyone steps up. No? In a way, we look at how we take ownership of work as leaders, I would say, leaders in our own rights, in our own different ways. Okay, we look at the fine details and the bigger picture of how we accomplish work. So here, we want to understand the what ifs. Okay, we want to question what are the risks. Okay, and how do we anticipate and look forward and look ahead and plan. So this is happening right now. I'm glad that we all changed and adapted to this kind of environment, work environment, so to speak. We all wanted to look at some aspects or become more proactive. We are part of a bigger decision making. We become more involved. We become more immersed. Okay, we anticipate and look ahead and we plan. And this is practically how we all observe work being done at the moment. So we always and often define our involvement. Okay, what needs to be done? What is our work? Okay. We identify our timelines, okay, accomplishments. We know and we now plan ahead and seriously work from home. I would say it's no longer just work from home. It's work anywhere, comfortable, work anywhere productive, work anywhere that is more engaging to everyone. Okay. We try to assess all our resources, and we plan to use them wisely, effectively, and efficiently. We always have these ways on how we reach out and communicate to each other. Okay, and this is, developing and harnessing all the different aspects of how we do work. Okay, and we now more than ever, I think we always want to document everything. So this is part of how we develop virtual reality of work. Gig economy is not something new, although this may sound new to some. A word that is part of a free market system where organizations hire independent workers or freelancers, to most commonly known here, or contractual base or short-term engagement. Okay, so this would find independent contractual workers, temporary workers, project-based workers, and these are some examples of part of the gig economy. Okay, the word gig, as implied, no, would normally often provide some instances where this would be considered as a one-time job, perhaps, or even part of certain projects or programs where we look at ways to partner of certain businesses, individuals as well, where their expertise are highly recognized. And basically, there's no employee-employee relationship that exists in a gig worker or in the gig economy. Of course, so defining the employee-employee relationships, we also look at the means, the manner, and method of doing work affecting the relationship between the employee and the employer. So gig work is primarily conducive to organizations that operate on agile models. And we have that right now. We are in that particular kind of organizations, very agile. It's no longer the highly specialized skills that we have to work and perform and do tasks. We always want to look at everyone being able to at least address certain concerns at work or in the workplace. And that requires specialized talent, I would say. And in the short term, we all want to be equipped and highly knowledgeable in how we respond to these situations as we go along with adapting and changing in the virtual reality of work. Is this good or bad? Is this good or bad? But if you want to look at the data earlier provided in the Philippine Statistics Authority, the PSTA report in 2020, it truly represents a lot of tourism work or jobs in the country are represented by informal sectors. And this, in a way, is gig workers considered and under the gig economy. So I would say that we all complement each other, and this is part of how we strategize work in the tourism sector. At the moment, we're transitioning. Okay, I would say we're transitioning to the next normal. There are strategies that we adopt on how we survive the slowdown of tourism, but still continuing services that we need to satisfy. Again, given the current work setup, virtual reality, and in a way, not descriptive of the majority of work in tourism. Well, as I mentioned, as shown in the information and data earlier. So we want to understand these aspects that would affect the virtual reality of work. And this is important and how we see ourselves, again, adapting and being more flexible. And I quote this from the UNWTO report. No? So we want to look at certain agreements and certain ways on how we upskill, how we reskill, how continuing education will provide upgrading of knowledge and skills to everyone. We want to support digital transformation of tourism service providers. I think now more than ever, we see that happening. Okay, we want to take advantage of technology at this time. Of course, it may not be compounded in the context of cost efficiency at the moment in the short term, but in the long term, we want to see this providing better output, enhancing offerings in tourism services, and even looking at how we can provide this across different countries. So supporting digital transformation in tourism service providers, we want to see here fostering certain tourism development and promotion towards sustainable and inclusive way. So we're talking about innovation, practices, consumption of tourism experiences. We want to promote programs related to innovation, education, trainings, and investments as well We consider his human capital that are useful for tourism destinations, and as well looking at mutual gains and mutual interests served both by the organization, tourism sector, and the human resources or the employees. We want to understand here that looking at the tourism capacity, of course, not to create jobs. And earlier, we acknowledged that the tourism industry is the biggest provider of employment in the country and even across the globe. Okay, we claim that. Okay, and that's a fact, I would say. Yet to take full advantage of tourism's capacity to create jobs, we want to be involved and we want to invest more on tourism education and training. This is very important. We build public policies as well, no, that will stimulate job creation, and this would include the MSMEs, okay, micro, small, medium enterprises, as part of the tourism value chain. And we want to bring everything closer together. Public sector, companies, private sector, educational institutions, and this is where we all are highly involved. And this is part of such activity as well. And thank you, TPB, for this particular activity, the PEP Talk. If you go back to the definition of work that we mentioned earlier, tourism sector is likewise suffering from a gap between education and skills and knowledge, even up until now, I would say. And this has been an ongoing debate, now, particularly in the gap between education and work offered. Okay, and we want to look at the future of skills that will continue and knowledge that will fill in the gap and dent the economies that will ultimately not harm job creation prospects. And this gap can be bridged and looking at certain policies and mechanisms that will support more opportunities for industry partnerships. Okay, and these are examples like internships, scholarships, okay, and something along the lines of specialized education and training. The MRA, as we all know, in tourism education is in place, okay. Crucially, the education institutions must work hard, no, towards providing skills required of manpower and knowledge of, well, whatever is needed for the future of tourism job and work, okay. And the government is also at the forefront of looking at how we address this concerns or challenges. So we acknowledge that through the Department of Labor and Employment, the Department of Tourism, and all other attached agencies and TPB likewise. So we must also support policies that promote, again, a different approach on the UN SDGs. Another aspect would be on the decent work in tourism. Entrepreneurship, we mentioned earlier, gender equality. Youth employment is something that we also want to tap as part of the future of creating jobs. Okay, it is not exploitative of the youth, but practically development of skills and knowledge that will be required later on. There are certain biases, admittedly, in hiring of tourism workers, and they are based on standards, criteria, and these are all set primarily because of certain qualification standards that we also want to meet, and in the delivery of work. And truly, we want to provide that bridge in the gap that will now connect and reconnect and realign those gaps to provide better and future work to the youth and to those who are seeking employment in tourism. Mind you, I would like to go back on the MSME. I looked at the TTI information, and MSMEs provide significant contribution to economic activity in our country, particularly. They inject, well, investment, capital in communities, their social enterprises, and in turn, this support other local businesses. And according to DTI, unfortunately, I don't have I wasn't able to include it here in the presentation. The National Capital Region, where most of the MSMEs are located, it contributes a lot, particularly in the development and in the considerations for the percentage of businesses in the country and employment as well. So most tourism enterprises, around 80%, I would say, are MSMEs. And this would be considerations related to the number of employees and at the same time capitalization or investment. Okay. However, the MSMEs are highly exposed and vulnerable, no, in economic setbacks and fallouts resulting to, well, response because of the crisis. Okay, and we want to look at it in the context of understanding how we try to redevelop this context and concept of supporting MSMEs. Um, in the tourism sector, okay, according to information from DTI again, accommodation and food services ranks second highest number of MSMEs in the country. And that is next to retail and wholesale trade. Can you imagine? And I would say that recognizing that kind of well, position in the overall distribution of work or contribution to the economy, um, efforts must be done to support them, and this must be recognized as important contribution to the tourism value chain. All right, so we want to look at aspects related to, and I move to the next slide now. Moment, there you go. Okay, to the workforce now. Okay. By the way, if you have questions, perhaps you can type them in the chat box, and definitely that will be read later during the Q&A. And I hope we have time for that. Okay. We want to be critical about strengthening social dialogue, the exchange of ideas, commitment of employees in the workforce. Okay, so from the work, we now move to the workforce or people, human capital, human resources. Okay, although in the context of how we see them exist right now, we want to define them more as human capital, as considering human experience, so to speak, in that aspect of work. So there's a strong basis for building commitment, of course. So we look at the purpose. Okay, what is your purpose? Okay, so I would like to ask that perhaps, no, and I would like to see some responses here, because we try to redefine now, okay, who we are vis-a-vis the work that we do. Okay, it has become more meaningful, more purposeful. Okay, we develop now a sense of purpose. I would say that to a certain extent, we always want to align who we are and how we achieve what we want to become, together with the objective and the mission of organizations that we want to belong to. Okay, so perhaps let me check. Do we have some responses here? Every time I would look at this and discuss finding a purpose, I always want to go back to this ad that we had. No, it's a local advertisement that we have. No mention of any product, no endorsement here. But the question posed in that advertisement, kanino ka bumabangon araw-araw? Okay, I hope you, everyone here have seen that advertisement, and to a certain extent, that is the purpose of why we work and who we are in terms of our workplace. Okay, and this, to a certain extent, no, when you have a sense of purpose at work, you feel passionate, innovative, and committed, and the outlook, okay, is focused on serving the organization and balancing your personal purpose as well. No? So, what is motivation? Okay, and why? Why are we working? So that's a question that we always want to ask ourselves. So, why do we work? Why does it matter to us? Okay, why does it matter to you to work? Okay. So we want to find a purpose in everything that we do. And truly nowadays, because of what's going on, what's happening, we wanted to always look at what will make work matter. We create opportunities for growth, definitely. We want to have a sense of purpose of who we are vis-a-vis the outside work and our workplace, okay? And truly, the different values, as we see in our organization, which defines organizational culture, it becomes more authentic now. Okay, it becomes more realistic now. It's no longer just walk the talk. Okay, it's not just talking and talking, but we mean exactly what we do, and that is exactly the sense of purpose that we have. Okay, we all want to be part of something bigger than ourselves. And I think that has been quite highly emphasized nowadays. We want to know we're making a difference. We all want to work, okay, And this is aligned, no, with our own perspective and sense of purpose. And truly, that is exactly how we see the workforce enjoying and looking at the aspect of contributing to certain work at the moment. Perhaps we all experience, okay, certain setbacks, okay, pay cuts to some, okay, as we mentioned earlier. Oops, sorry, I have missed this. One moment, I think. One moment, I think there's some problem. Yeah, okay. I don't know what happened. Anyway, let's go back to that. I jumped in that particular slide. Okay, I'm sorry about that. There you go. Okay, yeah. So, as we mentioned earlier, we always want to find a purpose. And relating that, we also want to establish certain parameters on how we achieve this. Okay. Soft skills, so to speak, aside from the hard skills that we need in the workforce, we always want to look at certain aspects where leadership skills, okay, will be developed. I'm sorry. Companies want they want employees who can supervise and direct other workers, colleagues, co-workers. Okay, the emphasis on this is very interesting. The EQ, the SQ, and the PQ and the IQs are more evident now. Um, if you notice, most of us now would look at the spiritual quotient. Okay, I'm not talking here about spirituality in the religious context, but mostly on looking at social quotient, as the SQ would imply, or the spiritual quotient, that would comprise, of course, half of who we are. Okay, surprisingly. Okay, EQ, of course, we all know what EQ, and there are researches done, no, to suggest that well-developed EQ can help you achieve the goals of your organization and increase basically job satisfaction, and that has been founded, no, in certain researches, and in part because of positive relationships fostered in the workplace. If you can help others well, achieve success, particularly in group projects, okay, work-related activities, output. I want to quote this, and it says, when you manage your emotions, this influences those around you at the same time. Okay, it's very interesting. Okay, so this is a win-win situation for everyone. Okay, we talk here about empathy, we talk about motivation, self-awareness, self-regulation as well. Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, social conscience, our social conscience, or spatial quotient, we keep track of ourselves, so how we feel, okay, what makes us compassionate, what makes us more understanding. We commit, okay, we provide a sense of purpose, okay. The physical quotient, or the PQ, the physical quotient, or physical intelligence, so to speak. So we are more concerned in understanding our physical abilities, our body, of course, the physiological composition of ourselves, basically, you know, how we do work, our mind, our body, how we actively engage ourselves, psychologically, even, and physiologically as well. That would affect our physical well-being. So what can we do, basically? What can we do? Sorry, I missed IQ. Okay, and we all know what IQ means. Okay, and others would argue which is more important: is it an EQ or an IQ? Okay, so I leave that to you. Okay. However, IQ would probably look at, you know, the mental capacity, the cognitive abilities, translating abstract ideas or concepts into something that's more concrete and useful to everyone. And of course, we want to adapt this and become more doable as an idea that we want to implement in the workplace. Communication skills, okay, as people business, okay, I would say that this is a service industry where we highly engage, not utilize, engage people, okay. As you noticed earlier, and I'm very much appreciative of that particular video during the Lupang Hinirang, okay, we see here the human element, okay, in a way that is part of how we communicate to each other. We try to work on certain aspects where we incorporate these ideas that will help us identify ourselves, and part of which, with the organization, and of course with our work. And part of it would be looking at the communication skills that are needed in this particular aspect. Communication is vital, okay? And therefore, we also want to see how miscommunication can be interpreted in a negative manner or a detrimental effect to our worker in the workplace. Willingness to learn and unlearn. Okay, and this has been emphasized earlier. No, our beloved COO has mentioned as well, quoting Eric Hoffer. This is commitment to continuously acquire new knowledge and to develop oneself both in professional and personal ways. And we want to, help each other get to grips in terms of how we quickly adjust and adapt to work, and it will help us all develop different techniques, okay, on how we take on the aspect of delivering our work. Work ethics, okay, I don't think I need to expound more on work ethics. We know what is judicious, what is fair, what is equitable, okay, and looking at flexibility and adaptability to certain responses and changes. We try to reskill, unlearn if needed, okay, relearn, and even upskill if necessary. And of course, interpersonal skills, which is practically talking about who we are right now. We become more caring, we become more compassionate right now, okay, and even generous to a certain extent. Okay, so let's move to the next slide here. There, I got it right. Okay, this is what I'm talking about earlier. From the employee experience, we now move to human experience as a component of how we see humans helping themselves grow holistically in all areas of their lives and in the workplace. Okay, and this would primarily look at focus related to physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and to a certain extent, even financial health. Okay, we often sacrifice to a certain extent nowadays certain perks, okay, benefits in exchange of still continuing work with a purpose, with a sense of purpose. I came across a research a study that millennials particularly have that kind of behavior where they want to work virtually, okay, and they are most active and highly engaging in that particular aspect, okay. This may be seen as we continue working in a virtual environment, okay, in a virtual workplace. But contextualizing the human experience at that, we want to see that it's okay to be human. It's okay that we work in our, workplace, at home, or work anywhere, as I mentioned earlier. The context of how we experience this on a personal level has been more emphasized now. We've seen this inside Zoom and different learning platforms, educational platforms, training platforms, and all. We see our homes, basically, okay? We see our colleagues, no? We hear different noises, I would say, and I remember during one of the meetings we had, that it's okay. We are at home, okay? And that is partly how we accept the reality of human experience nowadays. We work, again, from home, and we work anywhere that is comfortable, that is conducive to the contribution of who we are as part of the sense of purpose towards our organization. And that is a genuine care and compassion and professionalism to a certain extent. So employee experience, I would say, was a two-dimensional aspect or concept. No, so we're looking here humans, okay, and work, okay. So, and understanding how this would now translate to the human experience, okay? There are different aspects of how this could be interpreted as well, no? So there was a survey, an HR employee survey done in 2020, where it provided, some context on employers that support their people's lives overall would enjoy about 23% increase in the number of employees reporting better mental health, plus about 17% increase in the number of employees reporting better physical health. So I think to a certain extent, physical well-being, mental well-being, okay, is almost part of how we see work being done right now, okay. And additionally, all this would benefit eventually not only individuals, but on a more holistic interpretation, we see here a benefit that will be attributed to the overall goal of the organization. So we want to just look and emphasize here to certain aspects of HX stands for human experience. Okay, so how do we do it? So we look at how we focus on enabling employees, individuals, motivating experiences at work, improved life at work. Okay, I always remember the work-life balance, and I did the research on work-life balance, and pretty much the Western concept of work-life balance is totally different from the concept of how we exist here in our country, or at least in the Asian context of work-life balance. Belonging, trust, okay, building relationships, focusing on people who power the business success, okay, and this goes beyond the perks and rewards, I would say. So we include aspects like education, training, personal development, and to a certain extent, now we focus on medical requirement, health, and well-being. Okay. Oh, did that do it again? Sorry about that. What's going on? Okay, where are we now? I think we're in the slide now. Okay. So we're looking here at building and retaining human. What's going on? Okay, building and retaining human capital. Okay, so we're talking here about abilities. Okay, so we're talking here about judgment, experiences, and education. And this is pretty much aligned of how we see certain requirements and criteria of how we get employed to a certain extent. So when we talk about abilities, we think of well, this in perhaps natural or developed abilities. Okay, the natural abilities may be abilities that we have the moment that we are born, okay, and we have developed this to be unique to ourselves. And through these natural abilities, we take advantage and we look at this and how it can be part of who we are. And developing this will be abilities that will be translating to how we do work, okay, good attitude, okay, nourishing to a certain extent, okay. And this will be all abilities that will translate to the development of ourselves and translating to and turning it perhaps to some economic advantage to all. Creativity, okay. I think this is part of abilities of everyone. Okay, that given proper training and tools, we may be creative. Okay, and this is very important. Okay, we want to argue that creativity is not necessarily something that can be developed. Okay, but I would like to look at it in the context of part of natural ability, given proper training, tools, knowledge, and all. Then we can all be creative in our own little ways. Education, okay, as we mentioned earlier, this is part of the area which human capital focuses on most greatly. And in a wider sense, talking here about experiences and education, where we try to understand and grow to the different aspects of digitalization, internet, okay, and platforms where we try to learn new skills, and these are all important nowadays. So, however, it shouldn't just extend, okay, within this capacity or education or knowledge that we have right now. It also includes development of our analytical abilities. So this is where experiences will come in, okay? I would say to a certain extent, the more experience we have, the better we become at reacting and making decisions and doing choices as well. The logic is that as we grow more mature, as we learn more, become more experienced, we have these situations where we often are faced with problems and decisions that we need to make. There are unstructured problems that we face every day, okay? And this calls for unprogrammed solutions or decisions. And that's very challenging because it's not something that we have experienced. Pandemic is not something that we have experienced. Although we have experienced this similar to the SARS-CoV in earlier decades, where it's not as much affecting tourism industry compared to how we see it now. We look at certain aspects of how these experiences will respond to certain work problems and decision making. So there are many ways on how we make decisions, by the way. Okay, do we do it by gut feel? Okay, I don't know, perhaps some are more seasoned in their experiences, rational or even bounded rationality. But specifically what we want to point out here is that we all value experiences that will come up to something that is more sound and judicious on how we make decisions. Judgment definitely is part of human capital. And this would refer to certain aspects where we engage people in different situations, and this could be built upon and developed for everyone in terms of how we look at aspects that will relate to building and retaining human capital. Okay. I think we still Still have more time, I suppose. Let me just work on the workplace now. Okay. So let me just be quick on that. Yeah. Okay. 10:15. So we're looking here at building and retaining digital capacity, okay, and human capital as well, retaining human capital. So we're involving, well, basically information, communication, technology proficiency, building human capital, digital capacity, and extend developing, okay, capabilities in e-commerce, okay, different platforms and how we see engagement nowadays, social media, as we mentioned earlier, digital information, digital creation, data analytics. Well, we all advance, okay, and look at how we collaborate, communicate, participate. Okay, these are the different capabilities for tourism businesses and extend potential, to benefit all. I would also look at developing skills and training for the workforce, which is critical and crucial. Okay, to address effective use. Okay, and finally adapting to certain aspects where digitally enhanced business models are adapted nowadays. Um, to a certain extent, there are many challenges facing everyone. Okay, in this aspect, some would question, then what do we do? How do we invest? How do we look at the best and most appropriate tool or tools or models, or looking at framework that will apply to a specific sector or work? Okay, you know part of the democratization, I would say, of access to technology, would look at the different aspects of how we now adapt to certain work structures. Okay, and I would like to look at that in our next slide. Okay, there. This is how we see now organizations existing. Okay, we define it and describe it as part of the exponential organization. So this is part of how we see recently some solutions on how we adapt to certain challenges posed by not only the pandemic but also financial structures in our organization. Larger organizations now are subscribing to smaller and leaner structure. Okay, we have, as I mentioned, e-commerce. The word, no, understanding exponential organization. We compare traditional small businesses, okay, to likewise looking at better existence together with agile organization. Okay, so we look at a greater deployment of capabilities due to work networks. Okay, everyone in the wider spectrum of action. We look at engagement, broader view of the market and their activity. We look at technology based on companies' needs. Okay, we look at flexibility in costs. Okay, strong brand identity as well. We understand how this will affect exponential organization, and understanding how all these will now come up to certain aspects where we all describe organizations, or some would define this as Uberization of the economy. Let me just move to the next slide. On the digitally enhanced workplace. Okay, so if we try to understand and look at the aspect of, well, I put the acronym DEW. Okay, the digitally enhanced workplace, or the digitalization of the tourism ecosystem. So, as I mentioned, I started the 2020 or 2021 is a rough year. No, I don't want to sugarcoat anything. We are faced with several challenges, and we all know that. Okay, and we know that, of course, this brings us to hopes, okay, and optimism, and we want to change and affect change later on in the workplace, and the workforce in the workplace, and looking at technologies and how this be facilitated, business models, as I mentioned earlier, the tourism ecosystem. The virtual culture nowadays are part of the new normal. Okay, hybrid workforce. Okay, flexible working hours. I would say will be the next normal, or will become the norm, so to speak. Well, earlier, the human experience, we try to acknowledge the differences that we have. Okay, individualism. To a certain extent, we want to value flexible working hours based on the type of person in terms of productiveness and engagement at work. I throw in the question: are you a morning person? Are you an evening person? An afternoon person? Okay. So these are aspects where digitally enhanced workplace can, be used to our advantage and to the advantage as well of our organization. There are different capabilities. Of course, we're looking here at addressing the ever-changing needs of the environment. Okay. This is the one that I was mentioning earlier, the agile organization. Okay. Anyone have heard about the term Internet of Things? There are different variations, so to speak, of how we see the Internet of Things. But basically, we revolve around this kind of space. Okay, the workspace has become now part of the Internet of Things. We basically become more productive. We basically become more engaged. Okay, and it results to more great. I would say, greater deployment of capabilities, uniqueness of individual, and of course, we're talking about the flexibility of everyone, not only in terms of cost structure, but understanding how we adapt to certain flexibilities to address our needs. And so I go to this particular key pillars, stated in the ILO study, okay, or report, so to speak. And we want to focus here on the pillars where we strive to develop actual fiscal policies in response to what we are experiencing right now, work and the work conditions. So we want to be accommodative and considerate of various employment opportunities, stimulating the economy and the employment. Of course, so we're talking here about supporting enterprises, jobs, and incomes, even in the most difficult time. We mentioned earlier the MSMEs that comprise majority of the tourism workforce. We want to exhaust all means possible to extend protection for all. Okay, as much as possible, we try to extend and implement employment retention measures. And I want to relate here some conversation I had with one of the major resort destinations that we have in our country. And she said that we cannot let go of our people. Okay, these are our assets. Okay, this is a human capital, so to speak. And we live with them, we work with them, they are part of the organization. And therefore, we want to retain them. And part of which measures that are appropriate nowadays should be looking at how we still continue engaging them. Training, continuous development, upskilling, even to a certain extent, without pay. And that is part of how we see engagement of everyone in an organization. Protecting workers in the workplace. But don't get me wrong, without pay to a certain extent for the development and retention of workers. Okay, we have experienced that nowadays. Unpaid leaves, okay, floating status and all. Protecting workers in the workplace. So we want to strengthen, of course, occupational safety and health measures, adopting varying work arrangements, promote inclusivity, so to speak, and strengthening, of course, social dialogues. And these are important to strengthen capacity and resilience of employees in our workplace. I think I'm almost in my, let me just check that. Yes, last slide. Okay. So with all these, okay, we want to build the future of tourism jobs. So that will depend on a resilient, responsive, sustainable, inclusive, safe, and digitally led productive workforce, and workplace. And I always want to encourage everyone, let's start creating them today. So we are uncertain of whatever lies ahead as the next normal or the normal that we will be facing. Whatever the new normal is going to be, we hope to see a happier, healthier, and more productive workforce and workplace. So I would like to end this with a quote from the UNWTO. Okay, in the words of the UNWTO Secretary General, I encourage all those involved in the tourism sector to explore how we can recover better, including through climate action and other steps that advance sustainability and build resilience. So on our journey toward a better future, we must uphold our pledge to leave no one behind. I would like to end my presentation with that, and I thank everyone who joined the discussion today. I don't know if we still have time for Q&A, but thank you, everyone, and I wish everyone to be safe, be well. Okay, so you may reach me This is my email, and you can get in touch with me if in case you have any questions. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Vanny. Wow, that was really an enriching talk. I have learned so much, especially the term the Internet of Things. And I am reminded of, wow, you know what? This is really the time that we are living in now. So, hi, sir. Okay, let me just adjust my view. Oh, diba? Hello, sir. Sir
Hello, Kaki.
Vanny, I know that
Hello.
I noticed that during your talk, talagang you really love to engage with participants, tama po. And I know you asked a lot of questions, so I would like to remind our participants and viewers, if you have any questions and comments, feel free to put them in the comment section. And if we have time later on, we're going to be addressing them. And also, Sir Vanny, I would like to ask you, how are you naman po? You asked us earlier, kamusta kami? How are you naman po?
Challenging, I would say. That would be the best word to describe. Not because of this particular activity. I'm happy and enjoying this activity, and I'm hopeful that we all learned in the pep talk and looking at all the different sharing and experiences that we'll have continuing part of this pep talk later on. But truly, I am hopeful as well, okay, in that aspect.
And you know what, Sir Vanny, I would like to thank you also because you were able to give us a very optimistic talk. And at the same time, it was very mindful of the challenges that we face currently. You know, you mentioned it already earlier as well. Na no need to sugarcoat. You know, we have to face the realities head on and address them. I have a question, sir, if that's okay with
Yes.
you. You
Go ahead,
mentioned you mentioned earlier that there are certain biases in the hiring of employees in the tourism industry. Would you be able to share on that so that we can learn on fixing that if there is still room for improvement as an industry and also as an individual? If someone is watching this and would like to get in the tourism industry right now.
Yes, definitely. No, honestly, we look at certain standards and criteria and qualifications that are part of what we are supposed to fill in job vacancies or work in our organization. Okay, and often we almost base this on experiences or previous experiences that applicants or potential candidates for a particular post in organization would acquire or would have. We want to also look at how we co-share, develop knowledge together with them, experiences and skills that will be honed and developed together with the organization. And to a certain extent, I mentioned earlier a survey in HR, and that would be in the US context. No? They always want to engage the youth. Okay? And this is the future of the tourism workforce. Okay, and as we see now, youth are not much engaged and involved. We talk about, as we mentioned, the MRAs, okay, the involvement of DOT, TESDA, CHED, and skills development, trainings, curriculum development.
Yes.
But we also want to balance the aspect of how this could be realistically be part of the workforce. So we look at certain aspects where hours of rendering internships may be part of how we develop skills. But truly, we also unlearn these things once we are in a particular organization. And we try to adapt and suit whatever is the organizational culture, work needed, and how this could be performed together with the co-workers as part of the human experience.
Thank you very much for enlightening us on that aspect, Sir Vanny. And also, just as a closing commentary po, I am very also grateful that you mentioned so many times during your talk the importance of human capital. Kasi, this is really something that we are still trying to adjust to if we're gonna do hybrid tourism, di ba? And how do we really engage and bring back and focus on the human capital and still keep our employees safe and also the tourists safe as well. So do you have any advice or have you worked on certain projects kung saan meron ng seamless and very effective na pag-combine ng human capital and in this hybrid workforce and hybrid work environment?
Thank you, Kathy. You know, in one of the researches I've done, particularly on the flexible work arrangement and the work-life balance, this has been emphasized. And truly, we look at certain aspects where we want to understand the human element. Human capital would also pertain to certain investment aspect, okay, as part of the capital word among human resources, okay, or with the human resources that we have. And to a certain extent, we want to understand how we gain as part of our experiences and the skills that are part of the development of an individual. So human capital pertains likewise to certain aspects where continuity of work, okay, and engagement and commitment is also highly valued, more than just the physical aspect of work, more than just pay remuneration, and at the same time, the output rendered.
Thank you very much, Sir Vanny, once again. And we're truly honored that you're our first pep talk for the day. And we're on to a great start. Maraming salamat po, Sir Vanny.
Thank you, Kaki, and good morning, and hope we all enjoy the discussion today. Thank you very much.
Moving on to our next topic, we'll be having not just one, not just two, but three guests in a roundtable discussion on sustainable tourism. You know, green is in, and travelers now are more woke to giving back to the communities that they visit. Okay, I will be introducing our speakers for today. We're going to be starting with Associate Professor Ramon Benedicto A. Alampay, who is at the forefront of championing sustainable tourism, local economic development, and local governance. We also have Ms. Marie Danielle Guillen, who has a PhD in Policy and Planning Sciences from the University of Tsukuba, Japan. She is also the in-country expert facilitator and consultant for the Initiative for Climate Action Transparency in partnership with the UNEP DTU. This is an international research and advisory institution on energy, climate, and sustainable development. And completing our trio of Pep Talk teachers, we have Mr. Rafael Janicio, co-founder at MAD, or Make a Difference Travel. He is also managing programs for sustainability and livelihood and restoring forest and mangrove ecosystems with the British School Manila. And so for our participants and viewers, if you have any questions that you'd like to ask, feel free to post them in the chat box or the comment section, and we will do our very best, promise, to accommodate all of them, okay? And so I am going to move the floor. Is that even the correct term nowadays on the virtual platform? You know what? I'm gonna introduce and welcome our speakers for their discussion. And I know they have a lot of insights to share. And we're gonna be starting with Mr. Randy Alampay, Ms. Guillen, and Mr. Janicio. So, Mr. Randy Alampay, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me? Is the audio okay?
It's great, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to just give some very quick thoughts on sustainable travel. Okay, so very quickly, just to get the conversation started in the panel. Okay, so we wanted to understand what sustainable is. So when you talk about sustainable travel, it's really based on sustainable development. We've been talking about sustainable development from the 1980s or even earlier. But this is the most popular definition that we have, which is that sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This is from the Brundtland Report, or the 1987 report of the World Commission on Environment and Development, entitled "Our Common Future." So this definition is what we use generally to describe or define what sustainable tourism is. And when we try to explain sustainable development, we usually refer to it in terms of three pillars. The one at the top is about environmental sustainability. Here on the bottom right, the second pillar of sustainable development is social equity, and then at the bottom left, economic sustainability. And today we've simplified those three pillars into three P's of sustainable development. So planet for environmental sustainability, people for social equity, and then prosperity or profit for economic sustainability. And when we talk about sustainable development, all of these three pillars are supposed to, we often use the term balance each other so that the environmental and social costs of development are bearable. The benefits from tourism or from development and growth are equitably distributed, particularly economic benefits, and that our use of the natural resources for our economic activities are viable. Okay, but especially now, especially after the pandemic, there's been many people, many experts or economists are saying our current economic systems are unsustainable. Although the picture is ideal, the reality is that many times we overemphasize the economic aspect of development and therefore overemphasize the prosperity pillar to the detriment of the two other aspects, which is environmental sustainability and social equity. And the result is that the environmental and social costs of development have been unbearable in many cases, many places. Distribution of benefits has been worldwide inequitable, and the extreme poor, the people in extreme poverty are the ones being left behind. And then in many of our natural areas, the use of the natural resources for economic activities is no longer viable. Okay, so now the discussions, especially within the tourism sector, is that we need to have a different approach to sustainable tourism. So I just wanted to introduce some of the concepts, some of the principles that are being discussed now in the tourism field. These are not meant to replace sustainable tourism. That's still the foundation of everything. But then we need to have a new way of looking at sustainability. Okay, so when we talk about rebuilding or recovery from the pandemic, okay, we don't want to build back better because we don't want to build back what we used to have. We want something new. We want to build forward better. I'm going to steal from somebody who I was in a panel with yesterday. So we need to build forward better. We need to build something new. Okay, the next normal has to be new. Kung gagamitin natin yung sa ng DOT, hindi na pwede yung more than hindi lang ganun. We really need to do much more than the usual, much more than what we used to do. Okay, so quickly lang, regenerative tourism. So Anna Pollock is one of the leading advocates for regenerative tourism. Marami na kasing regenerative principles or technologies that have been developed in, for example, agriculture. There's also regenerative design sa architecture. Okay, so regenerative tourism is the application to tourism of these principles that we've developed from other fields. The bottom line here is that regeneration or regenerative technologies or economies situates tourism within life and living systems, not just within the economic system. So if we look at yung model natin for sustainable development, okay, I don't know if some of you have seen the way that sustainable development has been depicted like a wedding cake, where there's a big layer, which is the planet, and then the second layer, which is slightly smaller, which is on top of planet, is people or society. And then at the top is the smallest is profit or prosperity. Right? The point there is that first we need to fix our planet. Okay? First we need to make sure that where we are, the places we are in are okay. That means the living system, and recognize that we are in living systems, living ecosystems. Right? And tourism contributes to that living ecosystem. Okay, so regenerative tourism is about helping the place we are in to continue to regenerate and to grow. Like kasi the problem with the usual approach to sustainable tourism or sustainable development is that as long as we don't contribute to the negative impacts, we're okay, we're good. Okay? We're trying to maintain the balance. Regenerative tourism proceeds from the assumption that we've already had too much damage, and sustaining that damage is still a negative state. So we have to be a little more active, or contribute more directly to the renewal or regeneration of that place. So yun yung ng regenerative tourism. We've been talking about ethical and responsible tourism for many decades now. This is not a new concept. Like this one from the quote I'm showing here is from 2010. Okay? But with our experience in the pandemic, the challenge is for us in the tourism industry to be even more mindful that our actions, our programs, our activities do consider the implications on everything that we do, on our destination, our living system in the communities that we are in. And then it's also our responsibility to advocate that sense of ethic or responsibility to our visitors. Tayo ang nagdadala ng mga bisita dun sa lugar natin. So it's our job, our responsibility to make sure that we bring ethical and responsible visitors to our destination. And then the third concept, these are not the only concepts related to new approaches to sustainable travel, okay? But there are many more. But these are just examples of how people are trying to redefine or reimagine what sustainability should be in the next normal. So I think Raf will touch on this, and then we also have a specific panel later. But circular economies, yeah, that's really top of mind now, and very strongly associated with regenerative tourism. Okay, so and popularized by the MacArthur Foundation. A circular economy is one where waste is eliminated, resources are circulated, and nature is regenerated. Okay, so and what many experts in the tourism industry are saying, tourism can be an argument for a circular economy. Okay, the nature of tourism, the nature of in terms of being responsible, in terms of interconnecting with other sectors, it can be both rational, provide the rationale or justification for a circular economy, and in certain places, it can also be the driver for a circular economy. So some things that I think, a couple of things that I think we can work on now, in terms, kasi agenda yung usapan natin eh. I'd like to see us in the Philippines building circular economies in local destinations. I think we need to start local. I think we can be more effective, more demonstrate the circularity of things at the destination level. Right? At the same time, the benefit there is that if you're building circular economies, you're also building interconnections, backward and forward linkages with local suppliers, not just those specifically in tourism. And then the third thing is, I think we're now, for the next 2 or 3 years, we're really going to have to depend on local and domestic visitors. And so we need to recognize that people moving around in our province or in our region, right, are going to be our primary visitor markets. And they should be our first target in terms of advocating for ethical and responsible tourism. Okay, so in the next few years, we need to build this foundation, and our marketing communications should not just be about generating interest or awareness for our destinations, but it also should be about designed for behavior change. Okay, because that's what we need to have for the next normal. Okay? We need to change the behavior of visitors. We need to change our behavior as members of the tourism industry, and we need to change the behaviors of the members of the community. Okay. Last few points. I think in this new economy, we need to in our experience now with COVID-19, we need to recognize that our economy has already changed. We have already digitally transformed. Tingnan nyo na lang how many of you just installed GCash, Paymaya. Again, all of those new digital, hindi nyo ginagamit dati, now everybody's using it. It will be an exception if you don't have Shopee, Lazada, etc. Right? and that's the new normal. Okay, so there are, and if we recognize that, we recognize also new ways of creating tourist products as well. So that's it. Thank you very much, and I look forward to discussing with Dane and Raf in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alampay. And like what you mentioned, in a few minutes, you'll also be chatting with Mr. Janicio. But right now, we're going to give the floor to our next speaker. And let me reintroduce her again. Can I please check her name once again, just so I can reintroduce her properly? Yes, thank you very much. Now it's time to listen to Miss Marie Daniel Guillen. And right now, she is going to be sharing her insights on sustainable tourism. Miss Guillen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kathy, and thank you very much, Dr. Randy Alampay. It was a very enriching presentation, as you are aware of, and I will take it off from your presentation, Sir Randy. But before I start, can I ask my two panelists, also co-panelists, what do they think of active transport? How do they define active transport?
Ako na lang muna, parang I think Raf stepped out. For me, active transport is anything that where the person moving is directly involved, like a bike, yung skateboard, ganon, yun, active transport.
Thank you, Sir Randy. Are you active right now? Do you practice active
not
transport?
as active, huh?
Do you practice
I
active
do.
transport?
I am active transport, but I don't move. I just run in place. Yeah.
Okay, I do understand. How about you, Raf? And for the rest of the one listening to us, you can also share your thoughts on active transport in our chat. How about you, Sir Raf?
Active transport, very interesting.
Oops. We lost you, Sir Raf.
Energy. Sorry.
No worries.
Meaning effort.
Sorry, Kate. I think you have to repeat what you said because we lost you.
Oh, I think that it's really about transport that requires some effort
Okay.
from humans. So we have to give input into it.
All right. Thank you so much. So that would be a very good start, no? My topic is about catalyzing tourism via active transport, especially at this time. I think we have to recognize that this is really tough times, especially for the tourism business. So moving on, my presentation would be more about really discussing about active transport and tourism, how active transport was during the pre-pandemic and how it is now, and of course the Philippine tourism and active transport in some ways forward. Very quick one. Since this is on transport, I'd like first to present that the Philippines have been promoting environmentally sustainable transport, and I believe Sir Randy highlighted the importance of sustainable development. And very interesting, for since like 2017, this EST has been published. No, we've been working on public health, strengthening air quality, roadside air quality monitoring and assessment, traffic noise, vehicle emission control, cleaner fuels, public transport, and a lot of others. But there's something about non-motorized transport. And when we talk about non-motorized transport, it's actually active transportation. So how do we really define? I think Sir Randy and Raf already defined it well. No, it's all forms of travel that do not rely on engine or motor. So walking, yes, it involves walking or physical activity and other means. No, of course, with the exception of some disabled people, but still you have need that energy. Of course, cycling, and even the use of small wheel transport, skateboarding, as I think now we see them more than before. And it's very timely because we've got Olympian Didal actually highlighting it and actually advocating for more skate parks, right? So moving on, this is an example of Now, how do we say we link it to tourism? There's active transport tourism or any tourism related travel that does not rely on engine or motor for movement. So probably you've heard about walking tours, cycling tours, right? But it's not as popular as we thought it would be here in the Philippines before. So I just want to show you that, and I did a little bit of research. This is an example of the walking environment in Quiapo. And there's actually a Quiapo Market Downtown Manila walking tour that cost 1,985 before. And you can only see this when you Google them, no? And I try to have a listing of all the walking tours in the Philippines, and it's very difficult to actually have that per area. Mostly, this is in Metro Manila. And even the cycling tour. So I had a photo of me here because before we've been doing some cycling tours, and we've been looking actually for cycling tours, and mostly the advocates are the one organizing cycling tours. So like we have a museum cycling tours wherein you visit all the museums in Metro Manila, and we've got a lot. So this is just an example of, active tourism, and yet we're not really popularizing it the way it should, especially before the pandemic. However, the pandemic happened. So I borrowed the photos of my friend Keisha Alina, who's actually the founder of Life Cycle Philippines and an advisor of UP Bike Share in UP. No? And what they're doing is actually now documenting the different roadside that now incorporate bikes. So before the pandemic, I don't think you can really see many bike lanes, right? And then it's something that she highlighted is really visiting this little hole in the wall kind of cafes, no? So it actually sort of catalyzed also, the business, because you can buy, you get the product, from different areas. So maybe this is something that I put it in red because I don't think we're really looking at active transport as a means to catalyze local tourism, neighborhood tourism, as I wish to call them. That's why my next question to the rest of the listening to us, and even to my colleague Sir Randy and Raf, have you tried cycling or walking tours in your own neighborhood?
Not a walking tour or a cycling tour, but I have done them on my own.
So just on your own. Now, that's good to know. How about you, Sir Randy? Is there any walking tour or, neighborhood walk with your community or family? Cycling?
Not in the ngayon, recently
Yes.
no, not in our area. I used to go on the walking tours nila nila Carlos said that I did the Quiapo tour already. Ganyan. But you can imagine how it would be kunwari kung rainy season or ganyan, baha or alternatively parang the peak of summer. So it has
those
to be,
were the challenges.
Yeah. You pose an interesting question because it made me think maybe I should just make a walking tour in UP Diliman to look at the stuff or
And
stuff there,
actually,
right?
that we do have we do have that. Actually I haven't joined that. There are there's a bird watching tour. There's an
Yes.
architecture tour. There I think 4 themes for UP Diliman na walking tour.
And AIT started that, right, Sir Randy?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we're very proud of that, actually. So anyway, I just want to highlight, those are the things that I think, as Raf highlighted, sometimes, you haven't really thought about it, but it's actually happening. But because of the pandemic now, we can see such opportunity, to really look into active transport. Active transport has been very important in the transportation sector. Why? Because it provides door-to-door transport, And when you have this is very interesting. Active transport infrastructure usually has a very high spatial penetration. But in reality, before, it's very hard to really see good pedestrian side, walkways, and even cycling lanes, right? But now it's changing. I think I want to highlight that too. But regardless of, you can still cycle or bike, And you don't need to, waiting time. Of course, favorable environmental performance, cheap. You don't even have to pay. if you do that. And I think Raf highlighted that he does it on his own. Essential element in a multimodal transport chain, and of course, healthy activities. So as have been highlighted, active transport is actually vital in sustainable transport, and that walking and cycling is the ultimate zero carbon and environmentally friendly solution to pollution by motor vehicles. And I think most of the tourism enterprise now are actually looking at how to make their enterprise more sustainable, and transport is a big way, something that can actually help with them with that. And then, so I just want to highlight again, that active transport is really playing a big transportation impact, in the sustainability concept. You look at the economic, the social, and environmental. And I'd like to highlight, being I'm in the climate change sector also, the GHG reduction can actually really come from the transport and the tourism sector. And I think this is also what Sir Randy has been highlighting earlier, that we could actually change the way things are, especially in the tourism business. Now with this pandemic and everything that's happening also. And it's I think I'd like to highlight to everyone that the Philippines already had a nationally determined contribution commitment to the International Climate Change Commission. So the factors that actually having an impact on active transport, and I think this was also been highlighted before, the individual, the physical, and the temperature, the weather, as Sir Randy highlighted earlier, and of course the social-cultural factors. We are very much aware that the Philippines is not really walking and biking is not something that they would think of when we talk about tourism. If I could highlight that too, But again, you have to understand the spatial structure, the distribution of the distances to potential customers, the infrastructure for non-motorized transport that highlights safety, comfort, and detours, the supply of the public transport services, infrastructure for motorized transport, and some of the government policies, as highlighted by the paper by Riley in 2006. And I think this is very important to note, given that this has always been an issue, public transport service. In other countries, public transport is also part of their tourism business already. They create marketing tools to really promote their own transportation mode. In the case of the Philippines, I think we also do that with our jeepney. But now we have to recognize the importance of its GHG component also, greenhouse gas reduction component. So, but how do we really sell walkability? So I'd like to show you some of the photos I took before here in Metro Manila, So we need to highlight wealth, health, climate change, equity, and community, as highlighted by the book by Speck in 2018. So there always people think that, when you cycle and when you walk, maybe there's poverty issues in that. But as you are aware of, if you go to developed countries, everybody walk, everyone would cycle. The first mode of transport is actually cycling, especially for short distance trip. And then now, because of the pandemic, the importance of health has been recognized, and now it's important to also look at our infrastructure, because we need to keep physical distancing. We need to incorporate that, And of course, the climate change, health also would include your calorie burning table, the equity, and it should be for everyone. And of course, the community. I think the good thing also in the way of this pandemic is that we're recognizing that the importance of parks in our community, the importance of a very good infrastructure, active transport infrastructure. So then, we talk about cycling also. So I just wonder from our audience, how many are now cycling? Like before they don't cycle, but now they cycle. Is there a lot of you? Maybe share some heads up to us. And I think I asked earlier. So there are many kinds of cyclists. You can be an everyday cyclist, a sports cyclist, a recreational cyclist, the attentive one, the vulnerable one, or the courier cyclist. How about you, Sir Randy, Sir Raf? Would you consider yourself a cyclist?
Not a cyclist, but definitely someone who likes to take a walk. So
Okay,
I'm averaging something like 8,000 steps a day in the lockdown, which is I think lower than what I would like, but I think it's higher than what I expected for
That's good.
lockdown.
How about you, Sir Randy? I know Sir Randy cycles, no?
Not I'm not very active in cycling. I prefer running and then
Running.
yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
now you see that's the kind also no that we want to understand the kind of cyclists we have in our country, because for us to promote cycling in the tourism sector, we also need to understand how many are cycling in our country. So having said that, no, so that need to be short because this is more of an agenda setting, right? So active transport is in general is actually taken for granted. What we need is more research on active transport. So hello, students here in the tourism sector. Increasing number of walkability and cycling tours can actually be part of the local tourism initiative, and it's something that we can take a look as a means of to jumpstart. No, it's a means to really understand your neighborhood. Sometimes I remember in my class, I always ask my students if they're familiar with their own hometown, and you'd be surprised. Many of them would, and I would just suggest to maybe take a look and find out what something new in your area, especially given this pandemic. So there are actually various means to stimulate active transport. So it's via physical planning, infrastructure planning, and I think we're recognizing that. In fact, the OH and the Department of Transport and DPWH, they even came up with an active transport playbook, and that they're now the local government units are being encouraged to really connect the LGUs via good cycling lanes, no? Regulation of transport, car-free streets. Some car-free streets have been done in many countries, no, especially in developed countries. It's really a way to really promote the local industry. And of course, technological development. Sometimes, most of the time now, no, we really need to understand first what we can see in our own neighborhood, even with maps. And of course, the financial instrument, treatment of employers, business. How do we really look at people working on the sector? And I think Sir Vani earlier highlighted the importance of green jobs, no, also, and more jobs needed. Some organizational measures, because I even highlighted before that some of the bike tours before are usually done by advocates, no? And then we need to have policies also with respect to other modes. And of course, promote active transport tourism initiatives in our own locality. So with that, I think I just want to end this talk with what you can do that can improve all your tomorrow. So thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, Miss Gillian. In fact, I got very excited during your segment because I was reminded of the walking tours that I have enjoyed in the past, especially Carlos Sildran's walking tours, rest in peace. That was really something that, if weather permits and there is an opening, that is something that I personally would love to take. And when you were asking sina Mr. Raf tsaka sina Mr. Alampay, you were asking them how much of a cyclist they are. Tama po ba yun? If they're cycling, I remember I am a new cyclist. I am an indoor cyclist, kumbaga. Getting on the spinning bike for cardio and encouraged by friends who have now started cycling groups. This active transport is something that is really happening. In fact, they have group tours. They cycle together to Rizal kasi mga ano kami, our LGU is Quezon City. So it's something na lakbay tayo, something that they have started amongst themselves and they keep inviting friends. So na-invite na rin po ako. Once I get a proper bike, then I will soon be a cyclist. You mentioned po something that infrastructure is something that is key to this, to making this happen. And you're absolutely right po. What I've noticed personally in my LGU of Quezon City, there are now proper bike lanes with may mga ilaw. So it's properly lit. There is enough space, and motorists locally are now learning to to drive and be on the road with a lot of cyclists on their side. So this is something that I believe is really LGU driven for now, and hopefully we can encourage this more as part of Mr. Alampay's point na rin of renewing tourism, diba? Something new, not just rebuilding at something that we did in the past, something new, so that we can encourage more and start new forms of exciting local tourism. I'd love to talk more about this later on. We're gonna be talking more with everybody. But right now, to complete our trio of Pep Talk teachers, we have Mr. Rafael Junicio. The floor is yours, Raf.
Hi, thank you for inviting me here, and it's so nice to be with to see everybody. Allow me to share screen so that I can tell you guys a couple of stories, right? Hopefully, it's something that you can learn from. And I just wanted to get your feedback. Can you guys see my screen? Give me some feedback just so that we can go on smoothly.
All good. We can see the screen.
All right. Thank you. So to those watching, good morning, the students, the tour operators, travel agencies, and fellow travelers, right? Tourism has an important role to play, and it's definitely beyond business. And this is the main idea of the story that I want to share, right? Tourism has the ability to wield such a strong power, and it's a power that can create so much good. But how do we do it? That really is the question. And so I'm going to show some concrete examples of things that have been done before, and hopefully things that you can innovate and replicate as well, right? So just to share my own personal perspective is that I believe that the world is safer when wealth is spread equitably. Poverty starts with the lack of food and shelter, and tourism has the ability to spread wealth and has the ability to attack poverty very quickly when done correctly. And so one of the themes that that has come out is about traveling to build with and for others. These are photos of programs where guests used to travel to build homes for others, and they still want to do so now, right? And I'm excited at the prospect of the world coming to terms and living with the pandemic, because I believe that people will be very determined to come and build not just homes, but different things for communities so that we can have something better. And I wanted to ask the audience very quickly, how many Filipinos don't have homes? What do you guys think? Right? I put 3 choices here, and hopefully you guys can put your guesses in the chat. Is it more than 1 million families, 2 million families, or more than 4 million families? Right? Something for you guys to think about. Right? If you pick the third option, that's correct. That based on the latest research. This is one of the challenges of our country. And it's something that not just the Philippines, but many countries in Asia and around the world can relate to. And travel has been able to come up with solutions for that or contribute to the solution. Right? And the world is also more fun when it's cleaner, right? The world is the 3rd largest producer of plastic trash in the world, right? This is I like to surf, right? And my friend Paolo took this snap and posted it a couple of years ago. This is in Batangas, and it was very disturbing, right? And for all of us in the tourism industry, our tourism is more than 70% water-based, meaning we sell the islands more than we sell the mountains, and that's what we're known for across the world. We have to make even better efforts to protect the oceans, especially with the advent of all the takeout deliveries that are going on through COVID. There is no vaccine for a dirty ocean. We have to reduce these things one at a time, right? These are scenes that we want to prevent, right? And that's why I'm sharing with you images of things that are still happening right? But I also think tourism can do something about it by teaching people how to love the ocean so that they protect it, right? One thing that we did within our tourism establishment of the Circle Hostel which is in Zambales, La Union, and Baler, is we built using waste, right? And these walls, right, contain some of these bottles. It's actually 1.5 tons of plastic trash, which would have gone to the ocean had we not used it for these walls. And they're still there 5 years later. When you're in tourism, especially in the countryside, everybody will be able to benefit from a small wall or a small bike rack, right? Or a small divider or a nursery. There are many ways to innovate to use the trash into something that can actually promote a concept of interest. And a lot of people take pictures by this wall, right? One other thing is about the world producing more food and water. And it's an issue that has come up a lot, especially during COVID, right? The world's also cooler when we have a forest. And the Philippines only has 3% virgin rainforest left, right? And what we've done is we've incorporated reforestation into the tours that we used to do. And as the Philippines opens up, we have a lot of interest and inquiry about this because people want to do something for their country and people want to do something for their planet. And I echo what some of the speakers mentioned earlier, that millennials want to do it, but also people from Generation Z, because we see it, right? And so I want to share with you an interview, a small chat with the chief.
Gusto ko po na maibalik yung kagubatan at andyan ang kabuhayan ng mga katutubo. Kasi kung walang kagubatan, wala din ang kabuhayan ng mga katutubo.
Bakit gano'n?
Doon nang gagaling yung tubig, sa tinatawag ng water seed. Pati yung tao, buhay din. Kasi nandoon na yung pwede nilang pakinabangan eh.
So that was Chieftain Erese of the Yangil community, former Chieftain Erese of the Yangil community in San Felipe, Zambales, sharing about the dream of his community to reforest, right? And today, the guests help out digitally. This photo was taken a while back, but we continue to reforest. And Chieftain is happy because that same spot I showed earlier has over 30,000 seedlings planted. And to everybody, that's worth 30 million liters of water absorbed when these trees reach maturity. So imagine what will happen to Metro Manila if we can absorb 30,000 liters of water flowing down from the mountains of the Sierra Madre. That's less flooding in places like Marikina, Pasig, Cainta, Quezon City, right? The solutions are natural and right around us and things that we can do, whether it's in corporate, individual travel, right? Just to share, this is Feb 2016 and this is Feb 2020. So you see that patch from the satellite images of Google Earth growing. It's just a small patch, 1,500 square meters, but we are very happy with the results, and we're going after a bigger chunk of land this year, targeting 88,000 trees, right? I want to share with you that it's a lot cooler when you have a forest close to you, right? It's up to 13 degrees cooler, and in today's world where everybody needs an air conditioner, it's such a breath of fresh air to have a workspace that is al fresco. And it's something we need today, dining areas that are al fresco. And the best way to cool them naturally is to plant trees, right? And with this agroforest travel program, it also built the forest economy. And so we had the return of biodiversity, which is such a draw today for science-based travelers. And it also builds into our culinary travel because it brings back honey into the area. The trees have flowers, the flowers attract the bees make the honey, and then suddenly, as a tourism practitioner, you have so many ways to market that same location, whether it's through the bees, through the food, right? Or even through volunteerism or regenerative tourism, right? Preserving culture is also one important aspect that comes out. In this story, a lot of the children, when we first came in, did not know how to dance or were very shy about dancing. But once they saw young guests come over appreciating their culture, all of them learned how to dance very quickly. And since then, online dance classes of the Aita dance have been used in some schools, and it's a lot of fun because for the Aita to be a dance instructor on Zoom, it's very interesting, and a lot of laughs come out from both sides, right? And I want to share with you guys the mindset of sustainability, right, which is perhaps more needed today than ever, right? I remember when we started our tourism programs, which are today digital with communities, the chieftain was supposed to receive several thousand pesos from our group. And rather than take the money, he said something that we'll never forget. He said, if you give me money, I might spend it on cell phone credits, I might spend it on 3-in-1 coffee, or we might spend it on cigarettes. And that's not sustainable. We will not benefit from that in the long term. And so I told him, Chieftain, what do you want? Because we brought in a couple of guests, you fed them, you toured them. What should we be giving you? And Chieftain, in all his wisdom, said, if you're a real friend and you're coming back, please bring us seeds. Because look at our ancestral domain. It's 3,000 hectares large, but it's empty. If you bring me seeds, even if someone steals it, that the thief will plant the seeds, and those seeds will grow into something that people can eat and benefit from. Right. So this was a program started by the Circle Hostel and Mad Travel in Zambales, and so we listened to the chieftain. We brought them purple yam seeds, right? And this is what happened 6 months later, right? And we turned them into chips, which they continued to produce and sell, right? And it really reminds us that the poverty of the people is the poverty of the environment, and that wealth of the environment is also the wealth of our people, right? It comes hand in hand. And to solve one's poverty, we have to take into account the other, right? And so our goal of reforestation also includes a food forest to attack hunger and a medical forest to provide healthcare. And this is of huge interest to travelers today because they want to see the rainforest that BBC and Mr. Attenborough talks about all the time. They want to see food forests, pick their own food, and then healthcare. Oh my gosh, very, very important because today health is wealth, and it is the one thing that we value most. One mindset that we've picked up along the way and continue to advocate is the mindset of charity to sustainability. It's very easy for us to give, but it is much better if we train people to create mindsets that are of value, not just to themselves, but to others, right? And one of the elders here in Subic was the one who reminded me very sternly, actually, that if we were going to help, it had to be help where there was mutual benefit. Because if only one benefits somebody, it's not sustainable, right? And that empowering the community is very important so that they can stand on their own feet. And so one of the programs that travel programs that we've tried is agroforestry development. And so this is a snapshot of agroforest farm in 2019, which were planted by travelers, not volunteers. They really just wanted to travel, right? So you see the papaya. A year later, it's blooming, and now the trees are much taller. And now our problem now is that they're too tall, right? But that's a different story. To build business with the community run by them, right? And along the way, as we do all this, I can never forget that the reason why tourism is so powerful is because it's fun, right? And fun is something that everybody wants, no matter what your age is, doesn't matter what your gender is, doesn't matter what culture or country you're from. Everybody wants to have fun. Thus the phrase fear of missing out, or FOMO, right? And so we can use that fun to direct people towards actions that are good for people and planet, right? And during the pandemic, and this is a growing number, there have been over 10,000 seedlings planted. In fact, there's another batch of 10,000 cashew being planted with the communities. People, former travelers who couldn't travel said, hey, let's sponsor cashew farmers. Some said let's sponsor farming families, right? So that we can help them grow their rice. Because the agriculture industry needs help, right? And travel is such a good way for us to connect with these different industries that we normally wouldn't learn about in the city. And it's something that we can circle back to, because it's also something that we can invest in the countryside, and then the countryside returns it to the city in the form of goods that we can benefit from, right? And so we have to empower people to take care of the planet. It cannot be just a few, it has to be the many. And we need to share that mindset with others, right? And so to share that mindset with others, one of the things that we have come face to face with is digital inclusion. It was mentioned a lot earlier. And as I travel through different communities in Batangas, Bataan, Zambales, parts of Metro Manila, and so on, communities don't have cell phones. Some don't have laptops. Some don't have both, right? And I just want to ask very quickly, how many students, farmers, and tour guides will not be able to go online on their own? What do you guys think is the answer? Is it 100,000? Is it 1 million people? Is it over 2.8 million people? Right? It's a number that probably doesn't get enough spotlight. And the answer is actually over 2.8 million, right? And we've created an initiative where we call out for your secondhand technology. You might have a cell phone right beside you that you're going to upgrade, or a laptop that you're going to upgrade. Well, rather than having it stay at home gathering dust, let's send it to a farmer, or to a tour guide, or to a fishing family, or to a public school teacher or student, because these people can benefit from your secondhand technology. And let's not make it a donation. These guys are willing to send you something that they create on their own, whether it's homemade peanut butter, or some fresh fish, or a sack of rice, or organic fruits and vegetables, which is the trade that happened in this particular photo. So there are ways where we can empower these communities, and they can also create value for us, right? And so this digital programs have pushed us to innovate farm tours and farm inspections. And so I want to share with you one innovation that we're still building, but excited to share. It is a choose your own adventure digital learning platform, where people can learn about the concepts of sustainability, of inclusive development, and of being able to determine what is and identify the problem, right, so that they can come up with the right solutions. In other words, design thinking. So,
hi guys, my name is Raf. I'm going to take you on a journey to discover my life as a social entrepreneur. You ready for a hike?
So here you can pick a spot, right? So let's say you pick the right option.
Hi, hello. Oi, basta. Ready? Oh no, because it's eating on the way.
So you're supposed to be able to pick your tour guide. In this simulation, it's me first.
So this valley wasn't always the way it looks today. About 30 years ago, this valley was filled with rice fields and cotton fields. We had a regularly flowing river, lots of trees. But deforestation and eventually the explosion of Mount Pinatubo destroyed the entire ecosystem. In fact, when the volcano erupted, it buried everything here in 50 feet or 17 meters of ash, which basically hit the reset button into society. And that really resulted in the community here being left behind technologically, food security-wise, and even forgetting parts of their culture.
So the digital program is supposed to include challenges so that you can learn about it, submit something, right? Good for education, but also very entertaining, right?
Gusto ko po na maibalik yung kagubatan at andyan ang kabuhayan ng mga katutubo. Kung walang kagubatan, wala din ang kabuhayan ng mga katutubo. Doon nang gagaling yung tubig sa tinatawag ng water cycle. Pati yung tao, buhay din. Kasi nandoon na yung pwede nilang pakinabangan eh.
So it's time for me to tell you what our social enterprise is. It's called Make a Difference Travel, or MAD Travel. We work with communities in urban and rural areas to help out in restoring their natural ecosystem, or the forest.
All right, and thank you for listening to that. And I hope that the sample innovation is something that provokes you guys, makes you think, what else can we do with technology? What else can we do with our communication skills? And again, your action, no matter how small, adds up, and your action counts for the planet, and it counts to our communities, right? If you're just curious about how you can help, we're trying to reforest 4,000 hectares to reduce floods and build livelihood with agroforestry. And we're also trying to raise tech for 100 deserving tour guides and farmers, right? So let's do something. I'm always predisposed to action because action is very, very inspiring, and it can really change lives, guys. Everybody in this picture on the right, we gave the laptop over a year ago, and from floundering in their class, some of the kids are now in the top 10 because they can participate digitally. It's amazing what the generosity of people can do, even if it's secondhand technology, right? And so just to take a step back, right? For the tourism practitioners, let's start tracking our waste. Let's start tracking our carbon. And I think we have a speaker who's going to talk about that. Let's track trees planted. Let's track the connections, whether they're personal relationships or the digital connections that we have set up, meaning people who are now online, right? And hopefully it generates income for these communities that we coexist and with, and our friends and family, right? So we hope that the tourism sector continues to innovate. Let's create COVID-19 compliant programs, right? And I circle back to where we started. Tourism has an important role to play beyond business. And tourism can touch the heart, train the mind, and change people's lifestyles. That responsibility lies on your shoulders, right? And it's something that I hope we take seriously. So if you want to continue the conversation, here are just some of my socials, and there's my email. Thank you very much for the time and the opportunity to share these thoughts and ideas with everybody. And good morning. Back to you guys.
Wow, that was incredible. Raf, that was also very alarming to hear that we are the third largest producer of plastic in the world now. But you know, overall, that presentation was also very empowering. So thank you for that and for everything that you're doing, especially to our communities. And most of all, thank you for sharing the importance of really taking care of our environment as we continue with more sustainable tourism practices. Because if we take care of the environment, like what you said, it's going to take care of you in the end. If we take care of the local communities as well, they're also going to prosper and learn to take care of each other and also the countryside will be able to take care of the cities as well. So many inspiring insights just from that presentation. Thank you very much, Raf. And I will be calling on back Mr. Janicio, also Miss Gillian and Mr. Randy Alampay, because we're now opening the floor for some questions for our entire panel. So thank you, by the way, to everyone watching us. I know we are being streamed on Facebook right now, and we also have our participants via Zoom and via our platform. We'd like to encourage you to keep the questions coming. We'd love to read them. We'd love to collaborate and also read your comments, listen, and learn from each other. So we'd like to call back our panel so that we can discuss more the questions that have been sent to us. We're going to start with this question, actually. Now, when we say we think about sustainable travel, we think about immersing ourselves and having altruistic travel experiences like what Mad Travel also has. Most of us think that it's expensive or that it takes up a lot of time. So is this a correct perspective on things? How can we encourage the public to be more involved in sustainable travel? So we can start with Raf, because that's what your company is all about.
That's a good question. So I remember when we started this program, we actually had a feature article written about unforgettable travel experiences. And we ranked the cheapest at 2,500 pesos for a day with meals, because the other tours that were ranked alongside us were worth 4 to 5 times the amount per head. And I was like, oh my goodness, how can they? That's so expensive in other countries. But hey, the experience, to build this experience with the community, we hope that it can also be accessible to others, right? And we're continuously trying to innovate. How do we make it cheaper and more accessible while maintaining that sustainability standard, right? And hopefully we can drive the price down in the future.
As an additional question for that, currently, Mad Travel is having the Mad courses that you presented earlier. Is that what you're doing now, or are travel experiences still available for people to have right now?
Well, the travel experiences have been on and off depending on the status of the industry. Mostly, it's reliant on Metro Manila status, but there have been a couple of people who are willing to comply with all the travel requirements to go into the forest or have a trek, right? But we had to really look at which communities were ready. And with regards to the digital program, that one has taken off quite well, wherein some of the elders that we are friends with are now teachers in schools, not just in the Philippines, but also internationally, because schools abroad can also listen to these thoughts, of course, with a translator.
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations for that. Now, Ms. Gillian, I'd like to ask you the same question. If you have any ideas regarding sustainable travel and what we discussed earlier, if you have any ideas to share on how we can change the perspective on sustainable travel or altruistic travel being expensive or parang immersive, parang matagal yan, it's gonna take so long. What can we do, or do you have any ideas regarding that?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. I think what we need to highlight is that sustainable travel is also, what we value here is the experience. It's always the experience. And I think what we need to do, and I highlighted it in my earlier presentation, we also need to do some research, especially on how we benchmark with regards to the travel, the way we move. So for instance, I've been highlighting why it's very nice to have cycling tours, but sometimes the price can be prohibitive. But then you have to double check, how is there competition? So chances are there won't be any. So I remember every time before the pandemic, whenever I have foreign visitors, we actually do cycling tours, and they're very few. And I could say, especially in Metro Manila, for instance, there's Bambike, there's Smoky Tours, for those who haven't tried. And sometimes you really need to be an advocate, And I've been trying to also look from like our Airbnb, with cycling, they can integrate it in their system. But I think when you travel, when we travel, it's really we're after the experience. It's really understanding the community also, no? And now with the pandemic, what we're experiencing now is that actually it's possible because sometimes you need to express to really feel and see what is it in your neighborhood, and this is where technology could come in, and this is what you factor in, no, in the price, for instance, because sometimes it depends on who the market is. I think you have to highlight that. So it's better that you have local or domestic price and vis-a-vis international, because even reaching out with the community, and I take hats off to Sir Raf here, no, of course the community also have to be prepared, right? So you give value to that, and I think it's not really it's time consuming or anything, but it depends on your objective, right? So that's how I see it. So the way to do it perhaps is maybe we still have more studies to actually have a benchmark on everything, whether it's the kind of the Mad Travel does, or the kind of the different modes, transport modes you use to really experience the community, or to really see what's there. So I hope it helps. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Miss Gillian. You touched on amazing points, Miss Gillian, and really, I agree with all of them. You're absolutely correct. Now, Sir Randy Alampay, do you have any other ideas to share?
Yeah. First thing, I think what Raf and this group is doing is really, really very, very cool. Parang ganun.
Thank you.
I'm from a generation. I'm from a generation that probably would not be able to think about that. But what I want to point out, emphasize is we don't want Mad Travel and Raf to be exceptions. We want what they're doing to be mainstream. So let's not. We don't want to talk about, for example, if we describe what they're doing. You said altruistic travel or sustainable travel. We don't want to think about it as it's a separate kind of product. We have sustainable travel like this from RAF, and then we have mainstream travel from everybody. Okay, what we want to work out is that your question in terms of is it expensive or we want to see something, to see a Philippine tourism industry, a travel industry where everybody, whether from the 5-star hotels to the pensions, and I think RAF is doing a great thing here in demonstrating that even if you have fewer resources, it's still something that you can do. For example, in the Hawaii Visitors Bureau has a program. They have a Malama packages, because they want to emphasize the Hawaiian values in their tourism industry. So Malama packages, they have participating hotels, and then you get a free night stay. Okay, if you avail of the package, and then you do the volunteer package offered by that hotel, and then there's a range. If you're a 5-star hotel, it's a different type of package. But that's one of just an example of how we mainstream that. And earlier I talked about advocating for behavior change. It always starts at home. So all of those things, the values or the principles that Ras talked about, we have to start doing it at home. We have to do it every day. Like the other thing is we don't want to be sustainable only when we travel. Okay, that's my checklist. That's my quota for the year. I planted a tree in the watershed, and I'm now a responsible citizen of the planet. But there's the potential, again, travel or tourism or activities like what RAF does has the potential of really encouraging more people, because it's one thing for RAF to lecture and say these are the problems. Here are so many people who do not have access to digital education. Here's the problem with the watershed. That's one thing, but it's much more effective if they actually experience it, and that's the potential power of sustainable travel. But main point, this has to be mainstream. This has to be part of the next normal or sustainable travel as we know it. Thank you.
Sir Randy, just to share, we do have data that shows that if sustainable travel can connect with sustainable agriculture, farmers and fishermen can earn up to 2 to 3 times more if it's done sustainably. So sustainability can be profitable. There is that mindset because organic's expensive, and that's always co-branded with sustainability. But I do have data to show that it can be very different, right? And as we go along further, there's more data that there are more case studies that can come out to teach and hopefully become examples in different communities for it.
Yeah, one of the things that I've developed during the pandemic is I've watched a lot of food or chef shows on YouTube, and everywhere it's always that the chefs work with the local farmers, and that I think that's the point. The more closely our hotel restaurants and other tourism operators work directly with farmers and fishermen, the more that we can keep the economic benefits as in the community, and then the more engaged we can be with those farmers and fishermen. So far, and again, the concept of, for example, farm to table is still a very niche. And then when you talk about farm to table, here in Metro Manila, the farms really are in Baguio or ganyan, doon pa nanggagaling. It's a very long farm to table chain. I'm talking about farm to table in the communities. If it's in for example, San Fernando, farmers in San Fernando supplying to ganyan, hotels and resorts. So that's I think the way to go also.
Amazing, absolutely amazing ideas. We have to we have to mainstream sustainable tourism, and while Mad Travel is already a pioneer of this, we really have to head towards this direction, really, because it's only gonna benefit the entire country. Maraming salamat for all of that. We have 2 more questions. Let me correct myself. We have 4 more questions. This is proof that this is something that is engaging our audience. Can I kindly see the second question, please? Now, this is somehow related to recent events that have transpired regarding our cultural heritage. With more and more tourists going for ecotourism and cultural tourism, how can we protect the environment and the community culture from being taken advantage of? If we have any insight, I'm sure what comes to mind really is what happened with Wang Od and this influencer from abroad, and how can we protect the communities in this case? I know that Rafa, you're doing this responsibly with the Aita communities as well. So do you have any insights regarding that?
Well, the process to, it's a great question. I saw that particular exchange between NAS and the different community, like different Filipino tourism stakeholders. I think it's important for those in travel to be very aware of the laws that surround, just their basic human rights. Whether it's the IPRA law, or it's basically law on working with families, right? But before the law, I would say the spirit of it is really building an authentic and real value-adding relationship with the community partner. Because many times, what I personally notice is that there's a business, there's a community, they're different. Oh, this is just business, but the innovation we're trying to insert into the travel is that it's travel, it's an experience of connections, and so they are my friends, and so therefore, if I bring you, you are their friends, right? If you want to go into any country around the world, the best way to see it is through the eyes of a local. And if you have a good friend there and he or she endorses you to a friend in that area, it's much faster because there's trust, right? And these programs have taken our team collectively, like 6 years to build with these communities. It takes a while, right? Parang nanliligaw ka, kumbaga, no? And we have had our fair share of rejections, and also like na-reject ng una, but we were able to come back to it, right? And we learn as we go. The other mindset that I feel I'd like to propose is that sometimes we come into a village thinking because we have a more city-like education that we may have and know more. But based on the time I've spent with them, that's completely, I don't know who came up with that idea, because they know so much that we could benefit from. And you can see that in different countries. And I just really want to show that there's value to each other. And I think that's why when I was showing one example earlier about the donating your secondhand stuff, your laptops or your phones, I say, I'm challenging the communities to give something in exchange, because I don't want them to, get used to just begging or see me as a pocket of money. We have to empower each other. So if you have something of value, let's trade it. Barter exists for a reason, right? It's fun, it's cool, and can generate interesting results.
Yes, and brilliant idea as well. And you also kept mentioning the importance of fun in your presentation, and that's something really that touches on the younger generation because, and you know what? Actually, not just the younger generation. I think in general, if we follow joy and fun as a currency and highlighting this in terms of travel, then there's not gonna be any. There's going to be less of a challenge in terms of introducing something new to our incoming tourists, and whether that's locally or whether they're from abroad. And now I'd like to direct this question to Mr. Alampay. Can you give an example destination that had already applied regenerative tourism? Meron na po ba dito locally sa provinces, may LGUs na po bang nag-exhibit ng ganitong tourism?
No, well, regenerative tourism is a relatively new concept. But I think a lot of the work that's being done there is in, for example, New Zealand, Australia. Those are some of the leaders in developing it. But even in those cases, it's still very new. But I think I'm pretty sure that if we look, there are many destinations or many communities that are already practicing some of the principles related to, because the values or the principles behind regeneration or regenerative development aren't new. They're very strong. They're very established. For example, in agriculture. So, and again, one of the examples there would be the practice of permaculture or technology in permaculture. So I'm pretty sure there are destinations, probably agricultural or farming destinations that are already practicing that, and that can easily be applied to a tourism setting or a tourism function. There's extensive work already or literature already and technology on regenerative design in the architecture and engineering field. So probably they've been done in relation to some other activities like maybe sa energy, for energy generation function. So I think much of the technology is out there. It's just relatively recent lang na people have started to look at, okay, how do we apply it to tourism? Ganon. But for example, Hawaii has embraced that as part of and I think one of the lessons we can get from Hawaii, because they're a very strong culture. So yung tourism development strategy or plan that they have now has a very strong statement on what the core values of the native Hawaiians are, and how those are the core foundation or core elements of what they try to do in tourism. So I think that's what we need if we really want to have regenerative tourism. That's what we need to have as a conversation with the tourism industry and with the stakeholders. Right? Why do we really want to push tourism development, and what are the values that we stand for? So because those values will determine what are the non-negotiables. When we say, okay, those values will tell us this is unsustainable, and this is desirable.
Beautifully said, sir. I
Uh,
couldn't agree
if I may
more.
add,
So
no?
we have to start with our non-negotiables.
Yeah, can I add to what Randy said?
Of course.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Randy, for that. And the very reason why we decided to bring FITEX to Subic this year is because we have seen the work of MAD Travel and RAF in the other communities within the Subic Bay metropolitan area along this line of pursuing regenerative tourism. So I think that's an example that we see is there. But as you noted, Prof. Randy, it is something, it's an infancy period. It's not within the scale and scope that we would ideally would want to have compared to like New Zealand or Australia. But it's there. We have started efforts along this line. And even in Rizal, I have personally gone there last June, di ba, Raf? That's when we went. So may ganun ding efforts. And I think we really need to get our acts together in terms of structuring all of this in a purposive manner. So that the advantage I see, Prof. Randy, is that since we're young, then we don't have to undo a lot. Di ba? Parang we will benefit from the pitfalls of those who have gone ahead. Yung mga nagmamadali na dadapa, tayo, parang sige, umpisa pa lang. So hopefully we get this right.
Okay, so you're talking about the country as a whole, our tourism industry as young. Okay.
No, I'm talking about the efforts na on regenerative tourism, no? Because along that line, we are an infant, but there are efforts that have started. So, and to me, actually, this is one silver lining from the pandemic, diba? The pause allowed us to see that. And what would have taken us 10 years to convince na sustainable tourism is the way to go, regenerative tourism is the path that we should take. In 1.5 years, the COVID pandemic convinced everybody that this is the way to go. So, maganda rin itong nangyaring to na nakikita na natin na ayan, ito na pala talaga yon. Sige. So, and there are also similar efforts in the Visayas and Mindanao, and even Palawan, no? Like El Nido is a community that's doing this. And hopefully the closure of Boracay and then the rehab efforts eventually would lead us to really seeding the way to a regenerative tourism development for the Boracay Island. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much,
one
CEO
thing lang.
Mava, for sharing.
One thing
yes,
to
yes
add
po.
lang. Yeah, just because Ma'am Tonette mentioned the cultural and heritage. I think there's lots of opportunities here also. Si Congressman talked to Venetia, passed on third reading the bill mandating cultural mapping in all of our LGUs.
Yeah.
So if that can be implemented very effectively, I think that's going to be an important source of information and knowledge in terms of developing really sensitive cultural products and really community-based cultural products also.
Great, yeah, agree. And Ormoc is a good example, like 2018, natapos na ni Mayor Richard Gomez yung cultural mapping for Ormoc. So, meron talaga tayong leaders then within the local government setting, and hopefully we'll be able to leverage on those. Thank you, Prof. Randy, for that very helpful insight.
Yes, thank you very much for that. And CEO Mava, thank you very much for sharing that. Talagang may mga silver linings. There are silver linings indeed. And this is only going to help us grow. And since we're young, we're going to keep on learning. There is very little, almost none to unlearn. And so this is something that we can really move forward to, and in terms of highlighting sustainable tourism in our country. And so now we just want to give another mention to Raf, because there are a lot of comments here on the live stream saying that your ideas are very inspiring and that they want to hear more about your ideas. They want to connect and learn more about sustainable travel with MAD and experience to share in the travel industry. So how can they reach you again? Is it okay if you share all of the platforms that you have?
I will. But first off, my first suggestion is sign up for FITEX because those who signed up, they're all going to different communities, which we've been working on, right, to try it out. We're very excited because there's a lot here in Subic that can be done. My email is raf@madtravel.org. I'm gonna put it here in the chat. I hope you guys can like repost it on the Facebook because I don't have, it's not on right now. Right, but would love to collaborate really, and hopefully
I'll
we can
type it sa
develop-
Facebook.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And hopefully we can come up with learning programs so that people can implement this. And I'm happy to collaborate because we're like we've started a consultancy program so that we can work with LGUs on developing programs. Now we're working on sustainable tourism with mangroves in Lobo, Batangas, and it's amazing how many delicious items come out of a mangrove. So mangrove times culinary arts, I think, is going to be a big thing for the future.
Wonderful, and not to mention it's going to help a lot with the flooding situation in specific cities, right? So once
That's
again,
true.
if you can see the screen, that is, you can get in touch with Raf and Mad Travel. It's going to be raf@madtravel.org, and of course, his primary suggestion is to join FITEX so that we can all be connected and we can all collaborate. Now, final question for our panel. How do you think Philippine tourism can bounce back faster? Ms. Gillian, would it be okay to start with you?
Yes, thank you so much. I think for that, that's a very the question I think that we all need to answer. How can we bounce back? And I think this is the reason my presentation is about catalyzing local tourism through active transportation. And the reason for that is, I think, what Raf highlighted earlier also, no, that we need to find ways on how to appreciate our community. We need to see how we could actually promote locally first, given all this the pandemic is still here. So we need to see how it can be integrated. So earlier you mentioned about what's happening in Wangwad and all. We need to understand the role of transport in all of these. So the sustainability is very important. So maybe I would like to suggest also with Matt, maybe you can check out bike tours also, cycling
Yes,
tours,
yes.
no? So those are the things that even with your culinary, I remember in Bangkok, they do that, they have like, you can bike and because you have to eat after, right? And you need to use those pounds before. But I think it's the most sustainable way of doing local tourism, starting it, because I think all of us, and I'm sure most of you could share this thing with me, that we all want to go out, right? And the first thing we can do is really go out to the place near us and how to do it safely. And I believe it's through walking and cycling first, because with the distancing and all. But then again, we go back to, okay, how do we value that? And I think you're right. It's very new also. People, I don't think it's been studied. And I think we, Sir Randy here in the academy, that's what we've been highlighting. No? We need more studies also on that, no? To really understand, no, how we could promote the beauty of active transport, especially now that we have the infrastructure. And I believe tourism can play a role on really maintaining all these infrastructures in the future, because that's also our worry. What would happen if, the pandemic is over and people will go back to their normal way of behaving? Who would maintain? I am sure the LGUs, they would be the concern about their bike lanes, their walkways. And I believe tourists, the tourism sector can play a big role in making sure that this is really, going to be sustainable. So I hope it helps.
Ma'am
Thank you
Gillian,
very
you
much.
made me
Yes.
think of carbon negative travel programs or carbon neutral
Exactly.
travel programs. That's we were discussing that in 2019, but never got to push it. So I think that's something we can kind of explore.
Yes, and thank you for this opportunity, Ma'am Tonette.
No, our pleasure and gratitude to you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now, Raf, how about your insights on how we can, or how Philippine tourism can bounce back faster?
Well, I hope people get vaccinated. I hope they do the contact and the social distancing. the mask and the shield when necessary. There are many examples of where even in a group where someone was positive, the others did not get any. There's one story. There's a group of 10. One was positive, but it did not spread because everybody complied with the mask and face shield. So it works, right? And this is story from my dad who works at PGH, and I just think we have to discipline ourselves to equip. We have to change the mindset so we live with the new normal, right? It can be done, and if we do this well, then tourism will just go. I don't see any reason why it can't, right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Janicio. Mr. Randy Alampay, your insights?
Yeah, I agree with Raph. Bottom line is we need to vaccinate as much as many of our people as possible, as quickly as possible. We need to contain the spread by practicing social distancing, masks, etc. We need to get, and then our overall economy will start to open up, and then tourism can flourish. But this will not happen in one bagsakan. Okay, so but it's not going to happen immediately over all the Philippines. So we need to also be working at the local level, getting the local economies, those that are some will open up more quickly because they're and that's where we can start to integrate the tourism sector into that local economy. So many of the hotels have developed new product lines, for example, in terms of home delivery and pickup for F&B. There's one hotel in Quezon City which is offering takeout and delivery of the products na ginagawa ng mga employees nila, because in the lockdown, their employees suddenly discovered that they had baking and other types of skills, and those are the products that the hotel is now offering to their guests. So in the meantime, we also start preparing for the opening. So we start laying down the foundation for the infrastructure for active mobility. We start preparing the communities, working with the communities, because that's important. Going back to the of Wangod, we have policies, we have agencies like NCIP, but we really need to make sure that our communities are prepared and empowered. So kahit walang tao or agency, government agency in place, they know the rights, they know what to say, they know to stand up for themselves. So so we it's basic, right? We need to get our act together as far as COVID-19. At the same time, we prepare for the next normal. So as soon as the gates open, we're ready for business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alampay. And now to tie everything together, I'd like to ask COO Mava the same question. How do you think Philippine tourism can bounce back faster?
Thank you very much for that, and for all the very helpful insights from Prof. Randy, Raph, and me. Ano nga ito? Daniel, no? Miss
Yes,
Daniel.
po.
Yeah, Miss Daniel for today's webinar. Well, napakahirap ng tanong na yan kasi wala akong bolang kristal. But the basics have been mentioned by all three panelists. And to me, I'd like to think that the answer really to that question depends on all of us. How faster we can bounce back, how faster we can, drive the restart of tourism depends on, one, how soon we get to terms, with accept the reality that the coronavirus will not go away.
Yes.
Even advanced countries are saying it will be endemic, it will be here to stay with us. And so the mindfulness of RAF for traveling, the responsible behaviors and values shared by Prof. Randy, the advocacy as a community to engage in technologies that promote sustainability. Hindi linear. Ito lahat yung ingredients eh. It's a multifaceted answer to how fast we can recover and move forward. So the basic protocols, the reason why I'm not in Subic is because even if I tested negative last Friday, one of the TPB drivers tested positive. And I was exposed to him last Thursday. So even if I don't have symptoms, he's asymptomatic.
Yes.
But my being a responsible person, sabi ko, definitely I'm not going to go there to risk everybody else. That's tough.
Yes.
That's tough. Kasi di ba, parang nag-ready ka na. Oo, pero ito yung mga bagay na kailangan we do with a lot of mindfulness, with a lot of shared responsibility, a sense of accountability, not just to ourselves, to our families, but or to communities as a whole. And you said it, ma'am, na how do I tie this up? No? Sabi nga ni Prof. Randy kanina, it really begins with the individuals. And that's where the cost happens. Mahal talaga yung sustainable tourism kasi you need to invest. To me, it's not a cost, it's an investment. A clear example is, nakita ko si Raf, may ganito siya. It's a 2-liter water flask when we were together. And I bought myself one. Mabigat siya, pero wala akong bit-bit na bottled water na kailangan kong iwanan when I travel around. Hindi ba? Mabigat, mahal siya kasi hindi ka bibili ng mga shampoo sa sachet na pagkatapos mong gamitin ay iiwan sa hotel at tinatapon kasama, hopefully, nung hindi napupunta sa dagat. So ito yung maliliit na bagay na pwede nating kontribusyon dito sa ginagawa natin bilang mga turista at pagmamahal sa industriya ng turismo. Tayong nandyan, oy Raf, mamaya paglabas mo, yung susi, tanggalin. Bakit? Yung iba, dahil hindi naman sila magbabayad ng kuryente, kung turista, iiwanan yung susi kasi gusto nila pagbalik sa hotel room, malamig yung room. Hello, mga nanonood dyan sa FEU, Arellano University. Ayan, mga millennials. Lahat ito ginagawa natin dapat para sa inyo, sa inyong future. So, sabay-sabay nating gawin. Mga sachet, tigilan na yan. Yung mga, dapat merong refillable. Mahal siya kasi kailangan mo siyang pagkagastusan. Dahil ito ang, tingnan mo, nilabas ni Raf yung flask niya. Ako meron din ganyan. Meron ba kayong ganito? Mabigat, pero diba? Ito yung mga kailangan gawin. Maliliit na bagay, may malalaking impact. That's at the level of the individual. Mindfulness. Paano ka naghahanda sa pagbiyahe, sa pagiging turista? Magdala ng eco bags. Yes. Para pag nag-shopping kayo, hindi yung bawat bibilhan nyo may binibigay na plastic bag. Nagugulat ang mga binibilhan ko when I refuse. Wag na ate, dito na lang. O kaya kung kasya sa bag ko, dito na lang. Nagugulat sila. Kasi bakit? Sabi nga ni Prof. Randy, behavior kasi natin yun eh. So marami tayong kailangang baguhin na behaviors. And we're talking even individual level. And as Prof. Randy said, family. It's a shared values within the family. Kayong medyo matatanda na, mga magulang, you lead the way. We set the example. Kasi yung behavior ng mga kabataan, napapasa din, namamana din yan sa ating lahat. So, yan. Tama-tama, linggo naman eh. So, okay lang na meron akong konting sermon bilang paalala at mga practical na bagay na maliliit kasi. So, hindi natin yan napapansin. No? Pero, kadalasan, yung maliliit na bagay, nagdudugtong-dugtong. At, yung mga mahilig mag-beach, alam nyo bang yung mga sunblock, hindi lahat ng sunblock ay friendly to the corals and to fish.
The reef, yes, correct.
So you need to invest on sunblock that does not destroy the reefs or, the corals and the natural habitats of our marine life. Yan po yun. Diba?
We actually have...
and siguro...
We actually have a lot of local brands because they know our country. They have... they adjusted first to providing reef-friendly sunblock.
Yes, that's true. And as a government person, nakita ko yung I value from the sharing of Prof. Randy, Daniel, and Raf. It's possible that we should be able to put in place policies and programs that either provide incentives or penalize So ako sa TPB, kanina nag-message pa ako sa kanila, "Oy, let's regroup after this so we can put together all of this and do a program." Because I strongly believe in the power of incentives rather than, even if I'm a lawyer, hindi ako naniniwala sa mga penal provisions na yan na ito, kasi wala rin naman nag-enforce. Pero nagre-respond tayo pag mayroong incentive. Katulad ng sinabi ni Prof. Randy, pag nagtanim ka ng puno, may libre kang breakfast. O, gano'n, di ba? Yung mga pampalubag loob at nakaka-contribute tayo sa ating kalikasan. So, maraming salamat. I hope you enjoyed. And reminder sa ating host, sana maglagay din tayo in between ng breaks and stretching exercise because sitting is the new smoking. If you sit for a prolonged period of time, it has the same adverse effect to our hearts. So, sana, mag-stretch, di ba? Kasi kailangan medyo galaw-galaw din. So, thank you.
Mamaya magpapasok ako, CEO Mava, ng mga stretches in between speakers. Yan. With my barong. Thank you very much for all of that insight, CEO Mava. As in, you mentioned, you're absolutely correct. It starts from the individual. Then we have to really realize and reevaluate family values. Move to building a community and also seek help from the government and work and collaborate with the government. It's a whole synergy. As you mentioned, it's multifaceted and so that we can really bounce back faster and really welcome a whole new kind, a whole new form of Philippine tourism. Truly, those were amazing insights, and I would like to thank once again Mr. Alampay, Ms. Guillen, Mr. Janicio, and of course COO Mava and Sir Vanny for really making the morning session filled with interesting discussions. And I am sure that you are enjoying all of these too. And so allow me to read some comments from our live stream. Hello, Ina Faustina from Facebook. She said, sustainable tourism is as simple as teaching people to fish, not just giving them fish. Thank you for that insight. Melody Valencia Palomares from FB as well. She said, we need to grab the opportunities to learn as all of these webinars and online trainings were provided for free. And before the pandemic, there were costs involved if you want to nourish your knowledge on specific topics. But this pandemic taught us a lot of things. Wow, this pandemic is also opening a lot of opportunities for everyone. So she said, fighting, be positive in terms of outlook, not with COVID, and be productive. Now, Gerard Panga from Facebook, or Gerard Panga from Facebook, he is tuning in from London. He said, learning so much from our esteemed tourism educators and travel expert resource persons. Thanks to the TPB and organizing team of FITEX 2021. So thank you for all of those comments. Keep them coming. And really, FITEX is truly worldwide. Grabe, we are so lucky to have this amazing learning opportunity such as this and also one and another. Yes, because I know that all of you are very excited to travel again and support our local communities. Now, before we move on, we would like to thank our sponsor that made FITEX 2021 possible. Thank you to eSensational International. Once again, that's eSensational International. And this is actually the venture company, and as part of their support, we will be raffling 3 bottles of their eSensational sanitizer later at the end of today's event. Now, the eSensational Superior Disinfectant Solution is a simple, easy-to-use, and universal sanitizer that is effective than existing rubbing alcohol and bleach. It is also perfectly safe and ready to use. So make sure to tune in after this event because you have a chance to win this amazing product. And so That is all the time we have for that topic. And on behalf of everyone here at FITEX, thank you to our first batch of speakers once again and Pep Talk teachers. Right now, we're going to be having a little break for lunch and we will be back at 1:30 p.m. So be ready to talk about what a circular economy means for the Philippines and how digital is the way to go for tourism marketing. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. Once again, I am Kaki Teodoro. See you later at 1:30 p.m.
More fantastic consuming play. Today, tomorrow, or any day. It's more fantastic consuming play. So get going and be on your way. Hang out, have a blast, chill out to the max. Any weekend or day. It's more fantastic consuming play.
My Subic Bay.
At least we have a plan.
Unahin mo muna yung talitidan.
Sige.
VTEX 2021, safety is our priority, which is why our hybrid event makes sure that everyone on site, from the guests, participants, artists, and production crew, are fully vaccinated, have tested negative for COVID-19, and are strictly following health protocols. We would also like to remind everyone that the views and opinions in this event are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and hosts. They do not explicitly or necessarily reflect or represent immediately the policies or views of the Tourism Promotions Board. We would love to see you travel again, and we hope it's soon. In the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy VTEX 2021, made possible by the Department of Tourism, led by DOT Secretary and Chairperson of the VTEX 2021 Organizing Committee, Secretary Berna Romulo Puyat, and the Tourism Promotions Board. Welcome once again to our hybrid event, VTEX 2021, Beyond Business, co-creating safe, smart, and sustainable tourism. I am Kaki Teodoro, your event host, and for the beginning of this afternoon session, we're gonna be waking up your muscles, okay? I know COO Mava requested that we make sure that everyone gets a proper stretch before and in between sessions, and we know that you just had a very enjoyable lunch. So joining me is none other than the co-founder of Mad Travel, Make a Difference, Mr. Raf Janicio.
Okay.
Yay! So what we're gonna be doing is a cultural dance from the Aita community, which you can see on your screens right now. So okay, everyone, stand up, do some quick stretches, and let's watch the video. I hope you're all doing it from your rooms or from wherever you are. Very good, Raf. Yes, he's so used to it because you've been doing this with the community, right? Several times. Well, I'm doing it in heels. If I can do it in heels, you can do it from wherever you are, in your rooms. And I hope you enjoy that.
So kanya-kanyang tribo, iba-iba yung...
Thank you very much. And so we also want to make sure that you guys enjoy that. And for those of you who will be participating and joining this activity on the 22nd, we would like to encourage you to do this with the Aita community when you immerse yourselves. Is this going to be happening for the participants?
It's something that is we consider hiding, so we hope that you can ask the community about the dance. It's something that's enjoyable. I'm sure they'll be happy to share and thrilled that you know about it. So I hope you guys enjoy the tours on the 22nd.
Thank you very much. And once again, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Raf Janicio. So we hope you guys really warmed up for this afternoon session, because we also have two amazing speakers who will be sharing enriching topics for you all. You know, we have a saying in Filipino, bilog ang mundo, which literally means the world is round. And so for our next VTEX educational program, or Pep Talk, we will be talking about how going round and round can actually be good for our environment through what we call a circular economy. And to lead that discussion, we have the Board of Trustees member of the Water Environment Association of the Philippines. He is also a certified energy manager and a trainer at the ASEAN Energy Management Accreditation Scheme. Let me present Engineer Eric Raimundo.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kak.
Once again, we will be discussing the circular economy with Engineer Eric Raimundo. While we have a few technical adjustments, we would like to encourage everyone, especially those who are joining us via Facebook and also those who are joining us on our virtual platforms. We welcome all of your comments, suggestions, and questions. So feel free to write them on the comment section, and we would love to read that later on during the program. So once again, we still have two speakers this afternoon. afternoon, and we look forward to sharing their insights with you. Once again, let me present our first speaker for the afternoon session, Engineer Eric Raimundo.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kaki, for a very nice introduction. So I would like to start with my presentation right now. So my topic is about circular economy and carbon footprint in the Philippine tourism. Statement of the problem and the solution. Tourism is an important contributor to employment and the gross domestic product in many countries and regions. Tourism also has the potential to contribute to the development of rural areas. Infrastructures created for tourism purposes contribute to local development, while jobs created or maintained can help counteract industrial or rural decline. However, tourism also causes significant environmental impacts and can generate great pressure on local resources, producing negative externalities. In addition to land use, it requires resources such as water, energy, and food, producing large amount of waste as well as congestion on roads, noise, and air pollution, and therefore CO2 emissions. And the reason is the linear economy model that we currently follow. The solution. Circularity in the tourism sector implies a model in which each tourism actor, the tourists, destination management organizations, suppliers such as hotels, restaurants, etc., and resident community adopts an eco-friendly approach. The circular economy is a crucial way to contribute to a more sustainable tourism industry, since the tourism industry has a significant role to play because of its importance to the global economy. So what is circular economy? So as per the figure, the linear economy is like we take resources, we produce a product out of this, and then we use them at the end of life, we produce waste. Okay, so that's the linear economy. With the recycling economy, it's the same, but we try to recycle the product after the end of life. But with the circular economy, we don't only recycle the product, we try to return it, reprocess it, to reuse it, we try to repair it in such a way that waste is no longer an issue. So that's the circular economy in a nutshell. So it's all about closing the loop. An innovative approach which incorporates the principles of the circular economy, that is reuse, reduce, recycle, should be applied to tourism as well. It means reuse instead of build new or reduce costs at the critical points, environmental and financial, and recycle more effectively. These are common circular economy logos around the world. Circular economy focuses on environmental performance improvements rather than taking a holistic view on all three dimensions of sustainability. In a circular economy, everything is designed for long-term use, and waste becomes raw materials for other products, thus closing the loop, just like what is always happening in nature. Fewer natural resources will be needed to produce more products in a circular economy. So, what are the tourism practices on circularity? The alternative is ecotourism that offer a greener substitute. To date, ecotourism is a rapidly growing industry with potential benefits for both the environment and the economies of tourist destinations. Agrotourism, farm tourism, etc. Agrotourism is an effective way of developing circular practices in rural tourism. Using renewable resources instead of conventional energy is an important aspect for the application of tourism of tourism in a circular economy. Tourism, green transport. We'll be discussing that later on. Cultural tourism pertains to the promotion of the circular economy principles in the rehabilitation and conservation of heritage initiatives. The use of abandoned buildings and deserted spaces for more authentic tourist facilities. Recycling of building is an adaptive reuse intervention. Management of construction and demolition waste under circular economy should work on reused, recycled, or processing. The actual application of circular economy principles can provide hotel companies with the necessary framework for business development and can help create a more sustainable experience for all stakeholders by reducing the negative implications on social and environmental sustainability. The following interventions can improve the overall environmental performance of any players in the tourism industry. These programs can significantly lower the carbon footprint of any organization. We will be discussing them one by one. So, number one is the conduct of greenhouse gas inventory. One can conduct manual calculations or use online calculators. There's a lot of them in the internet. The important thing is that it should be conducted on an entity level, and people, staff, and workers should be part of the inventory, not a third-party group. It would be better if the third party will be working together with your people. So, the tourism sector contributes to around 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions as a result of, say, aviation, 40%. Transportation is about 30%. And the consumption of goods and services, including food and accommodation, that will be 30%. So that's in the figure. So how can we lower our carbon footprint as a traveler? We as a traveler, when we travel. Flying is eco-friendliest when the trip is long and non-stop. Instead of choosing the airline with the cheapest fare, opt for an environmentally conscious airline that uses biofuel, has plastic-free flights, and so on and so forth. Consider purchasing carbon offsetting. If carbon reductions are equivalent to the total carbon footprint of an activity, then the activity is said to be carbon neutral. So you can pack light with plans for reuse. So bring reusable containers. So just like this one, if you always have insulated water bottles, this one, the water is always cold for about 24 hours and it gets hot. It's still, the hotness of the coffee it stays around 12 hours. So you don't need to waste a lot of PET bottles. So simple switch that we can all make is switching to paperless documents. You know, PDF files, something like that. So plan for laundry day, so you can wash your clothes. Return any maps or brochures. Sometimes when I go out, I try to collect all these brochures and I don't know what to do with them later on. I just have to throw it away. So memories should be just be in our mind. So we don't need papers. So this is another thing that's very important. We should all, as a traveler, we should all pretend that we are the one paying the electric bill. If we are the one going to pay the electric bill, we're going to do something differently. You know, we're going to do it differently. We were going to close the lights. There's a lot of stuff that we're going to do because it's us who's going to pay. Talking about flying, the World Bank estimates that emissions per passenger in the first class can be as much as 9 times as high, and those in the business class can be 3 times as high compared to an economy class. So if you're going to think about the carbon footprint, better get the economy class, even though it's cramped. Okay, so when you rent a small car, you will be producing more CO2, 5 times more. And if you're going to take the bus, it will you'll have about 3.5 times more CO2 if you take than taking the train or the tram. But if you're going to walk and if you're going to bike going around, of course, there's no CO2 emission. So that's the best way to do it. Walk and take a bike. Okay, so with regards to some establishments, you can save a lot of CO2 if you are going to go renewable energy. You're actually saving around, it's just like planting 3,000 plus trees. If you're going to install some motion detectors, okay, motion sensors, you can actually save a lot of CO2, and that would equate to around 4 trees. No, if you're going to do recycling, it could equate to around savings around to about 300 trees, just like planting 300 plus trees. No, if you have a solar water heater, not a solar panel, but a solar water heater, you can actually save around 2,000 plus equivalent of trees, in your CO2 savings. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, so the one big issue in the restaurant business is the use of charcoals in grilling. Okay, so although charcoal making is mostly banned in the Philippines, one can buy them everywhere. There have been millions of trees cut to produce charcoals. Okay, the picture in the upper middle was taken by myself in the island of Boracay, way back in 2014. So they are producing charcoal in the island of Boracay back in 2014. So shown also on the right side is a waiter carrying a sack of charcoal. Just imagine if all this charcoal came from trees, then every day we have a problem. So the solution is that we can produce green charcoals without cutting a single tree. Very simple. So charcoal briquetting is a technology that is appropriate for this problem. Okay, so every restaurant should use green charcoals instead. Okay, you don't need to cut any tree. Okay, we can also produce eco charcoal from water lilies that clog up our polluted rivers and waterways. We can definitely lower our carbon footprint by utilizing the alternative appropriate technologies. If you can get in touch with this group that I showed in the slides. So the second topic would be sustainable energy management. So you can conduct workshops on sustainable energy management. There's some of my presentations on energy efficiency, energy conservation and efficiency. So emissions from lodging tends to be highest in resorts and hotels that offer modern services, while smaller lodgings such as homestays and guest houses have lower emissions for the most part. While hotels can lessen their footprint by utilizing clean energy sources, most still depend only on dirty fossil fuels for the majority of their energy needs. According to the 2018 Green Lodging Trends report, only 21% of hotels currently have on-site renewable energy. So right now in the Philippines, we have the Republic Act number 11285. It is an act institutionalizing energy efficiency and conservation, enhancing the efficient use of energy, and granting incentives to energy efficiency and conservation projects. Pollution control or end-of-pipe treatment is expensive and has no return on investment. The other aspect of resource use is often overlooked. Effective and efficient resource management will lead to improved productivity and tangible savings for the companies. Demand-side management, like the efficient use of energy resources, will lead to humongous benefits. So the benefits of energy management systems. Organizations get to know more precisely where and how much energy is being consumed. If the detailed cost for the individual energy consumers are known based on systematic procedures within energy management systems, it is possible to identify saving potentials in a highly targeted fashion. Energy awareness of employees is also raised by the energy management system, and this is reflected in their behavior. And they are also able to make their own suggestions for improvement. Third topic is sustainable stormwater management. What is sustainable stormwater management? It is actually a water-sensitive urban design application. So the integration of urban planning and development with the management, protection, and conservation of the water cycle as a whole. So the key word is the water cycle. So this workshop that we're conducting on stormwater management, sustainable stormwater management, the key principles are we try to protect the natural systems, integrate stormwater treatment into landscape, protect water quality, reduce runoff and peak flows. It can actually help reduce flash floods, and the value while minimizing development costs. A lot of LGUs should be doing this. A lot of destinations should be doing this. So the fourth topic is the Bahay Kubo Kahit Munti system. So the locavores. So locavores are people eating local foods. No? So local produce is both environmentally and economically beneficial for destinations. Local produce contributes to preserving the diversity of local varieties. Linking small-scale producers to the tourism industry is a way for enhancing poor regions' economic development. Local produce maintains green space and farmland in destinations and helps to strengthen rural-urban linkages. In addition, customers nowadays want to know more details about where their food is coming from. So this is one of the example of an establishment that's implementing locavores. The Nurture Spa Village in Tagaytay, in northern part of in Tagaytay, uplands in the Philippines. So the Vivere Hotel and Suites in Alabang, and we also have we had a project with the Lubok River Floating Restaurant, one of the owners there, and also in Bohol, the Panda Tea Garden Suites by Malunggay and other products from local communities in Bohol. So it's just things like that, no? So one cross-cutting issue with locavores is the topic on bamboo grass. So there's such a thing as sustainable bamboo harvesting and chemical-free preservation. Bamboo grass, a bamboo grove sequesters 400% more CO2 and release 35% more oxygen than an equivalent stand of trees. Because of this, planting bamboo is a great way to reduce your carbon footprint and help fight global warming. So bamboo is a rapidly renewable construction material. One problem is that resort owners are troubled not only with the maintenance cost, but with downtime costs as well. On the other hand, farmers are happy if they don't last long because it means more business for them in the future. So it's a cycle of business stuff. The fifth topic is the waste and pollution reduction in the tourism industry. So tourists tend to take a shower more frequently while on holiday, and that is a fact. Sadly, tourism often leads to overuse of water. An average golf course in a tropical country, for example, uses as much water as 60,000 rural villagers. It also uses 1,500 kgs of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides per year. A tourist generates twice more garbage than a resident. A tourist consumes more energy than a resident. Segregation of solid waste into biodegradable and compostable. The word compostable is an action-based description of biodegradable waste. So if you say it's compostable, you're going to compost it. Instead that biodegradable, you just throw it away. So plastic waste minimization program, around 300 million tons of plastics are produced per year globally. A significant, very significant amount of these plastics becomes marine litter there on the oceans. Setting up of a localized recycling network to close the loop is the solution. Recycling is not the answer, so it's much better to just reuse, refuse, and reduce our reliance on materials rather than relying on the recycling system. Buying and selling recyclable materials would not close the loop. Unprofitable materials will just be thrown away later on instead of being recycled. Solid waste management. More than 70% of all waste is biomass, and hotels and restaurants are considered a major source of this biomass waste. Around 20% of all waste in hotels and restaurants is food waste. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization estimated that the carbon footprint of wasted food is equivalent to 3.3 billion tons of CO2 a year. Food waste. So, waste cooking oil is categorized as hazardous waste in the Philippines under Republic Act 6969. They are expensive to be treated, but can also be recycled into candles. Waste cooking oil can also be used in rejuvenating wooden floors in beams. Biogas rice cookers, biogas lamps, biogas stoves means that inefficient electric stoves can now be decommissioned. Here's a picture of a portable biodigester using kitchen waste as feedstock to produce biogas for cooking. Okay. So wastewater recycling is in accordance with the circular economy principles. Treated wastewater should be utilized for agriculture and not simply discharged or thrown away. Zero potable water for irrigation. Thus, the additional cost of recycling treated water in reality is insignificant if one will consider the environmental and social benefits as well. In many island areas, resorts spend a large amount of money on desalination plants to produce potable water. Then after consuming the now fresh water, they treat the wastewater using more money just to discharge them again in the open sea. So there's an environmental impact on desalination. So they produce CO2, the brine is being discharged back, and then even the eggs of the fish are being sucked in and it's being processed. So salt water to potable water to wastewater, then back to the open sea. The cycle is not good. So under the circular economy, you should be utilizing that resource. So what to do with desalination byproduct? So this is the circular economy mindset in action. You don't put back the brine in the open ocean because there's an environmental impact, there's a negative impact to the marine life. So what do? You produce salt. Simple as this is the mindset. This is in action. So examples of engineered wetlands is a solution to problems with the wastewater management. So this is in Sabang, Princesa City, Palawan, the Luyan Beach and Mountain Resort. So from their kitchen waste, the wastewater from their kitchen was being treated naturally. So this is in Panglao, Bohol. We have Amarela Resort. They are implementing zero portable water for irrigation. Okay. So and also in El Nido, Palawan, Catalina Beach Resort. Okay. So I hope they are still implementing those intervention. And green public toilets. The girl in the picture, my former colleague, is not in a cafe. She's inside the green toilet. An environment-friendly way to enjoy sanitation. Pictures are from the Eden Garden Resort in Davao, Vista Del Mar Resort in Zamboanga, and I already forgot the other places. So the sixth topic is efficient transportation. Hybrid cars are cleaner than diesel with 90% less nitrogen oxides and also less CO2 than diesel equivalents. Combining a petrol engine and an electric motor means that hybrids emit from just around 70 grams of CO2 per kilometer traveled. Okay, so there's also savings on maintenance, about 30% less when compared to non-hybrid vehicle. That's because of less wear and tear on items like brake discs and tires, and the fact that you don't have a clutch. Also, the batteries in hybrids are designed to last the lifetime of the vehicle. I own one, Toyota Altis Corolla 2020, and it's great. I'm very happy with that. I cannot buy a Tesla because it's not available here, and if it's available, I cannot afford it. Anyway, so electric vehicles is the next one. So last May 2021, the Philippine Senate approved Senate Bill 1382, or the proposed Electric Vehicles Charging Stations Act, authored by Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. So I would like to take this opportunity that next week on September 23 to 24, the 9th Electric Vehicle Summit will be held online. So if you're interested, you can still register for free by visiting here, www.evap.com.ph. Okay, Efficient Transport Program. The conduct of Efficient Transport Program workshops can greatly improve the performance of organizations in green transportation aspect. So, monitoring and improving yourself or your driver's performance will lead to economic and environmental benefits. Giving incentives to efficient drivers leads to a better quality of life for them, and the rest is history. Okay, nobody wants a bad-mannered drivers, but you don't know what they do and how they behave if no one is watching. Okay, so aggressive drivers are all over the planet, and that is the fact. So what are the benefits of an efficient transport program? Savings on fuel costs, so means less carbon footprint. So less emission of harmful pollutants means good for the environment. Okay, savings on spare parts costs. Experience shows that efficient drivers extend the life of expensive parts. For example, the brake pads, the tires, the clutch discs, etc. Okay, there will be more responsible drivers on the road. Okay, experience shows that efficient and sensible drivers are less prone to accidents, which means one have the potential to save on insurance costs or liabilities. So, talking about the emissions from different mode of transportation, it would take an acre of forest a year to absorb the same amount of CO2 emissions of a one-way flight from London to New York. Okay, so that's about the same amount of emissions that an average person in Zimbabwe generates over an entire year. So you look at the figure and the data, and you can play around with that. So the seventh topic would be the creation of a green service industry and low carbon tourism. So tourism has the potential to contribute to all 17 Sustainable Development Goals approved by the United Nations in 2005 and to be achieved by the year 2030. So implementing circular economy principles in sustainable tourism projects can result in many net benefits and supports achieving the Sustainable Development Goals before 2030. So lastly, the last topic is sustainable procurement policy. A typical sustainable procurement practices includes compliance with environmental laws and targets, the removal of hazardous materials and waste in the supply chain, and through vetting of suppliers for fair labor practices. The greening of the supply chain is an intervention that can ensure a greater accountability of suppliers' performance on health, environment, and safety. Okay, resource consumption and also social factors. Okay, the challenge now is how to attract tourists to a circular hotel. How to promote a circular tourist business. How to attract tourists to a circular destination. And lastly, how can we identify the profile of the most sensitive customers to circular initiatives? Let me quote an eco-traveler before I end my presentation. According to Miss Elena Jadala, if we are privileged enough to travel, we have the responsibility of traveling in a way that honors the earth we are exploring and benefits the people, the place, and the wildlife we are visiting. With that, I would like to thank everyone for listening to my presentation, and I hope I shared a lot of information that you can use to help make this world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Eric Raimundo, for that presentation. I hope I can ask you two more questions after your discussion, because you already mentioned it earlier in the challenge. You know, the challenge now is. And so, sir, na-mention niyo po na how to encourage tourists to visit a circular economy destination. And that is actually my question for you po. What are some suggestions or ideas that we can do for incoming tourists? Kasi you mentioned po na they produce 3 times more waste than locals. So that's really very concerning. I know that for specific locations like Boracay or Batangas, there is an environmental fee. May konting explanation minsan, depende sa hotel where you're gonna be staying on what their environmental practices are. How can we make this more standard? If you have any ideas po for the tourists who will be coming in, para they can also be more aware of how to be sustainable, how to practice proper waste management and all of that.
It's actually my dilemma also. I think this platform right now is the challenge would be for all of us, you know, because we have to change the mindset of the travelers and then also the promoters of tourism. Everybody's involved. It's we are all connected, and we should all do our part. Like you mentioned about the briefing of the travelers, but a lot of travelers they just wanted to party. You know, they just wanted to get wasted. They just wanted to, you know, do whatever they want. But after the pandemic, probably in the next few years, it's no longer about the quantity of tourism; it's about the quality. So I think it's an opportunity for everybody to promote something that is a better quality of something that you are trying to promote in a destination. So I think the this opportunity, this activity, this conference could actually solve some of the problems that we are facing right now. And the circular economy actually it's not a new thing. It's been we've been trying to promote this 15 years ago, and it's if you heard about pollution prevention, cleaner production, uh, greening the supply chain, sustainable consumption and production. They were together before, and so it's not a new thing. We just have to go back to the basics, and we should just have to be mindful. You know, if we're going to be mindful of the resources that we are using, like let's pretend that you are walking 1 kilometer to get a pail of water, and you have to walk back another kilometer to bring that pail of water to your hotel. And I definitely believe that you will never waste that water because it's very important. Something like that. I hope that helps with your question because that's also my question. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that, Sir Raimundo, because, you know, mindfulness has been quite the theme. It has been mentioned multiple times today. And thank you for reiterating that. That's really very important, especially right now. Just one more question out of curiosity, sir. I know that the Department of Tourism now has the ANAHAO certification that they award hotels for sustainable practices. How can, do we have other variations of this award? Let's say for smaller hotels, for mga room for rent, something like more community-based, because you know we understand that some sustainable practices can be really more expensive. So are there other ways to encourage them via a certification, via another variation of the award? Do you have any idea if we already have that as well?
Yeah, you're correct. No, there's a lot of certification around the Green Destination Awards, the ASEAN Green Hotel Awards. There's a lot of awards internationally and aside from the ANAHAO locally. But for the small and medium and small enterprises, we should actually handhold them. We should help them. What we could do is we could create green jobs actually with those people that had no jobs right now because the tourism is very slow. We can teach them and we can make them environmental practitioners in their own right, and then they can help their neighbors, the community, the mom and pop breakfast and pension houses, something like that. And what we should do is everybody should be doing the right thing, right? And a lot of I've been conducting audits before, and then a lot of green establishments. When I ask them if they are compliant with the local environmental laws, it seems like in the rural areas it's not being practiced. But you know, we have a lot of laws, and we have to follow the rules and regulations, not only locally but also internationally. Because if we're not going to follow the rules, we're going to we're going to pollute. So how are we going to stop the pollution? Certification cannot stop the pollution. Helping these small enterprises can actually stop the pollution, and they can make money if we can identify these establishment that are helping, not only making money but helping the environment as well and the community. And I think this platform can be a good. We got a lot of resources here, not only resources but the human resources. We got the experts here. I've been this morning. I learned a lot from our speakers, our teachers. All right. So and then we could just there's such a thing as a green jobs in the Philippines. It was a law 2016, no? So we can create jobs just by complying to all the environmental laws in the country, and we can teach even high school graduates. We don't need engineers. we can teach even the natives or people who really love the environment. We just need passionate people, and then if they can promote something that is good for everyone, I believe that if you are a tourist and you have the money, you just spend your money where people are really doing something for the planet. Then you can actually even though you don't lower your own carbon footprint, if the establishment or the community lowers their carbon footprint, you are already part of the solution because you're no longer part of the problem.
Yeah.
So that is sort of like what I can share, and everybody here is everybody here can be involved. So the paradigm shift should start with everyone else. It's not a responsibility of nobody, but it's everybody's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Great suggestion. One final question, Engineer Raimundo. Do you have any other suggestions? You know, you gave such a great talk this afternoon. How can we get the concept of the circular economy more mileage so that more people become aware?
That is also my mission. So for the last 15 years, we've been talking about this, and a lot of people are interested. I think before there were no environmental engineering in the universities. So but right now there's even environmental sciences already in the universities, and people, probably students, are just learning. I hope a lot of people will be going out, and I think tourism has a big potential to change this planet, because there's a lot of people will benefit from it. And one thing that we could do is we could teach people how to go green. If we could teach people how to go green, and if we promote green tourism, the sustainable tourism, circular economy, because these are just words, these are just buzzwords. But if we are going to do the right thing, and we're going to make money out of doing the right thing, I believe everybody will sleep better. Sometimes it's not only about money, it's not only about investment, it's about what will happen to everything in the future. And we have a problem right now. It's a big problem, and it's happening. But I don't want to talk about what is happening with the climate, because a lot of people they don't believe on the facts. So I'm also confused. So what we should do is we just have to do the right thing. And I think I would like to thank the organizers of this activity, because we should do something about what is. We could all do our part by learning, and this is a good platform. And this pep talk is just like a briefing, or just like what our COO discussed this morning. It's just like a briefing, and everybody should be brief. And there's a lot of laws in the Philippines. Everybody's confused. In the small and medium enterprises, they don't need to actually just follow the law. If they will make money by just being compliant, they will all be happy doing it. And that is the most important thing. So we cannot bring them to justice. We cannot bring them to jail. The polluters in the Philippines, they don't go to jail. In Germany, in Europe, if you pollute, you go to jail. In the Philippines, if you pollute, you go to Germany. You go to Canada. No, that's a joke. So thank you very much for inviting me here.
Thank you very much, Engineer Eric Raimundo, and thank you for enlightening us this afternoon. Maraming salamat po ulit. Now, before we move on to our final lesson, we have a lot to be thankful for as Filipinos when it comes to tourism. We live in an archipelago, for example, of 7,641 islands. #blessed with beaches, mountains, and basically the best of what nature has to offer. Not only that, we also have that signature Pinoy hospitality known worldwide. Am I right? So, to give you an example of what we will be talking about next, let's watch this video. that inspired some of you to book your next trip here in Subic. By the way, what you've seen is a video that can be easily uploaded, shared, and liked online. And in a time of work and study at home and social distancing, it's even more important to go into digital marketing. And tourism is no exception. As of January 2021, there were nearly 74 million internet users in the Philippines and roughly 89 million social media users. That's 80% of our total population who turned digital. And so, to tell us more about digital platforms and social media, our next Pep Talk speaker is not just an associate professor at the University of the Philippines, but is also an accomplished author, trainer, and marketing consultant. Let us all learn from Miss Maricel Gatchalian Badilla.
Hello everyone! Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. I'm sure busog na kayo with information, but please do allow me to have another hour of your time on a Sunday to discuss this very important topic of digital marketing in the tourism context. So allow me to share my screen for a bit. So again, good afternoon to all my fellow tourism advocates. Indeed, it's a privilege on my end to again be invited by the Tourism Promotions Board, headed of course by the very dynamic COO, Attorney Antoinette Velasco Aliones. So I am an educator, researcher, and my work with various local government units and national and international organizations for tourism and communications have actually given me a wider perspective and as I apply theory into practice. And I am grateful to the Tourism Promotions Board for this opportunity to go beyond my desk, my books, and my virtual classroom. So today, the outline of my presentation will cover 4 main points. And these include the internet and social media penetration to give us an appreciation of how widely diverse this social media and internet is in the Philippines. It also will include digital platforms and how it is engaged in every part of the travel planning process. We also will look at the roles and dimensions of social media to have an appreciation of how social media works and how it ticks. And lastly, a few recommendations from yours truly as I continue to study this phenomenon of digital marketing. So let's proceed. Okay. For sure, we all know that the pandemic has amplified the use of digital marketing in tourism, especially since this crisis has brought about innovation. Earlier, our speakers mentioned about digitally enhanced workplaces, having a GCash. Before the pandemic, I never thought of having an online wallet. And it took the pandemic for me to embrace that digital online banking and a digital wallet will have to work and we'll have to trust technology for these things. Although initially, most of us practitioners have resisted online transactions, calling them disruptors. Our friends from the travel agency business were, I think, the first to craft this because of the online travel agency phenomenon that we call them disruptors. However, after COVID-19, I think we have no choice but to embrace technology. Our industry has transitioned from being high touch to high tech. And because of the great impact the pandemic has had in travel, tourism, and hospitality, a lot of tourism establishments have evolved and have moved from face-to-face check-in and check-out into online or web check-in and check-out. We've gotten into cashless transactions. We've used artificial intelligence. Sadly, even if we wanted to go for face-to-face tours, we had to contend with our virtual tours. Also, some businesses had to develop e-concierge programs, and a lot of us tourism managers have become more open to developing a lot of applications, robotic applications, so to speak, that will enhance the tourist experience while maintaining, of course, social distancing and health and safety protocols. So in this highly interpersonal business, where we used to be always present, physically present, we move into being digitally present. Okay. And because of the highly interpersonal business of serving people, we are now aided by these digital platforms. Now, these social media platforms that used to be disruptors, but I'd like to call them now our game changers or our innovations to the way we do things, because whether we like it or not, this is the new way of doing things. So let me first travel you to some data on internet and social media penetration worldwide, and then we'll zero in on the Philippine context. The website wearesocial.com has a lot of studies that talk about internet and social media penetration. And this is one of the very compelling slides that show that 4.66 billion users of the internet. There are now 4.66 billion users across different countries. And 4.2 of this 4.6 million are into social media. And this figure has actually grown by leaps and bounds during the pandemic because of obvious reasons. And this is actually equivalent to about 53% of the total population worldwide. So let's visit how much internet use people actually now consume. Okay. So there's about the industry, the global average is at 6 hours and 54 minutes. So that's roughly about 7 hours of internet use a day. However, look at the Philippines. We are almost roughly at 11 hours. Okay? And this is affirming the fact that Filipinos are again reported to spend the greatest time online. At an average, we are at the top of the heap at 10 hours, 56 minutes. Okay. And then on social media consumption, there is an average of about 1.3 million users who have joined social media, or roughly there are about 15 new social media users every second. So the typical social media user actually uses the internet uses social media at 2.25%. 2 hours and 25 minutes. Pero ang Pilipino, we're up top of the heap again. We are at 4 hours, 15 minutes per day, making us still the reigning social media capital of the world. Or dahil ba mabagal ang internet connection natin, kaya we spend so much time on the internet? Because studies have also shown that we have one of the most expensive internet facility and lowest speed of the region at 5.5 Mbps, okay, with a peak connection of about 45 Mbps. Together with Indonesia, Vietnam, and India, we have higher internet costs relative to our average income. But then again, it didn't stop the Filipinos from spending so much time on the internet, especially now with work from home and online school being the norm. We are expecting that these percentages will likely to grow for 2021. The internet has become the trusted data source in the Asia-Pacific region, and travel has already been widely organized online. As you can see on the slide, where e-commerce has become a prevailing norm, no? With global internet use being high on those who have bought something online across different ages, from teenage years to about your senior years. There's about 70%. Now it reaches a peak of about 80 during our midlife when we're uh, actively at work. Probably we have more money to spend. That's why it has a higher percentage. So all these actually give us an idea of why it's important for us as tourism marketers, as tourism business owners, to know how it is to market online, to engage digital platforms and social media platforms for our own personal businesses. And I'm sure to most of you, you also have definitely bought something on the internet during this pandemic and probably have increased your social media engagement, okay, to more than the usual average globally of 2 hours and 25 minutes. Ako, I think our phones have a monitoring app, right? A monitoring of where we are online. Okay, so what is social media? So what is social media marketing rather? Social media marketing has become a trend. No? It has become the go-to, especially since people cannot go out. And because people cannot go out, they cannot see the billboards, they cannot receive flyers or tarpaulin streamers and the like. And not many people are on TV anymore. Most of them would engage using their smartphone and look at social media. So social media marketing, briefly, is the use of social media technologies to create, communicate, deliver, and exchange offerings that have value for an organization's stakeholders. So looking at this definition, it is truly using social media as a marketing tool. Compared to previous years where social media was personally used to communicate with friends, now it has become a marketing and a business tool. So a lot of studies have shown the role of social media in tourism. The role of social media in tourism has allowed a lot of destination marketing organizations to maximize their presence online. And the roles that social media plays include they provide information about the destination. Okay, it influences travel behavior and purchase intentions, and it also helps influence destination image. My research interests move towards social media and image formation online, and I have seen the power of social media, the proper use of social media in influencing how customers view destination image. For instance, in a recent study we made of travel bloggers who were stranded in the Philippines because of the pandemic, we did a content analysis of their videos on YouTube, and we realized that they were really describing the Filipinos as very helpful and that there was no other place they would want to be stranded in but the Philippines. So this reinforces the image, the current image of the Philippines, of the fact that really the people, the Filipino people, that shapes our the joy of people, of tourists coming to the Philippines. It reinforces our brand. It's more fun in the Philippines because they say there's no other place that they'd rather be stranded in but the Philippines. So now we look at, on the second part of my presentation, I wanted to look at how digital platforms are essential to organize travel online. Compared to the traditional travel planning process that we used to do of the AIDA, right? If you remember your marketing subjects in the past, where you try to catch attention, interest, desire, and action, we now look at organizing travel through digital platforms through the 5 components of the process: dreaming, planning, booking, experiencing, and sharing. So on the dreaming part, this is when people come across social media posts of friends and say, oh, I also want to go to that place, right? If you see a post of someone on a nice beach where there's the sun and you can imagine the wind blowing through their faces, okay? You're also dreaming of the same thing. or you see someone on top of a mountain with their hands raised as if really glorious appreciation of nature, you're partly dreaming. So you have social media with you because you saw them first on the internet. In fact, there are stories of destinations, unknown destinations, like, for example, Kalangaman Island, which was previously unknown, but because of a social media post, it has grown. Okay, the awareness of the destination has grown, and people now put Kalangaman Island into their bucket list. The second stage is planning. So when you start planning, what do? You look at your options. You narrow down your options into feasible destinations. So here you look at information. Where do you search this information? Do you search it in books or brochures? Not anymore. You source it from the websites, from social media, from the Facebook page, from YouTube. You look at your favorite travel bloggers and you see their recommendations. So during the planning process, you are already identifying your specific destination of choice. Studies have shown that it takes about, for an important trip, it takes about 3 months in the planning process. So this is where you start looking at, look at videos and check out, put it on your list of activities that you want to do, places you want to visit, food choices that you want to eat. Okay, so that's planning. And then when you're already in the booking stage, okay, so now you have chosen your destination and now you're ready to book. So you also check out online platforms for this. So what kind of online platforms do we use for booking? So you have what? Airbnb. Okay, you have your hotels.com, Agoda, Expedia. You check out the cheapest rates. Okay, you have to choose, you have to look at Skyscanner, Fare Compare, Kayak. All these sounds familiar. Actually, when I was preparing for this, I actually miss looking at these websites. Because if we look at these websites, we just salivate, diba? Nainip lang tayo, hindi naman natin magagamit. So why bother look at these websites? But we do look at these websites very frequently. Inaabangan natin yung best locations, best rates through the internet. And that is when you use online platforms when you're ready to book. In fact, 80% of millennials book their accommodations and transportation online. Experiencing, wow, this is the best part, okay? Where in the past, this did not exist, okay? Digital platforms did not exist. So when we're there in the destination already, we should have a list, right? We have a physical map, okay? We already have the tickets printed out. But nowadays, with digital platforms, when we're there experiencing the destination, we download apps. What apps do we download? We download Waze, Grab, Uber, Klook. Okay, and research have shown that we have grown. The Asia Pacific region has grown in terms of the huge proportion of travel that is organized online. So when this thing happens, when we're in a destination, when we book Grab, we feel safe. Okay, actually, just as a side story of Grab, okay, it's a digital platform that was first originally created for the single female traveler. Okay, there were two Malaysians who were doing their graduate school in Harvard, and since Grab is a Singapore-based startup, it was founded by two Malaysians. And their dream was for the app to assist single female travelers to arrive at their destination safely without fear of being harassed or being overpriced. So with Grab, they were able to do that. And we as single female travelers, and now even as families, we experience safe travel because we're comforted by the fact that we're protected by the rate that the Grab app gives. In fact, there's a new innovation to that, which I haven't used, but it's a good discovery for me when I was preparing for this presentation. There's this new Grab app feature that offers a translation function. So when you go to a destination and you don't speak the language, you can type in English or whatever language, and it will automatically translate to the language that your driver understands. Isn't that amazing? And these digital platforms have really grown and have assisted us as tourists to experience the best possible activities in destinations. And lastly, sharing. You know, itong sharing is the last phase that really caused the boom, no? Created the boom in travel demand pre-pandemic, okay, when experiences are shared during and after trips. And this is what inspires other travelers. And so the cycle of dreaming, planning, booking, experiencing, and then dreaming again, sharing, and then dreaming again just goes round and round and round. So in this aspect, this is where you use Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, whatever channels you have. You know, there are more channels or media channels that are coming out. And we just have to really find the best channel that will work for us as we share our experiences with others. So this sharing happens when extreme emotions are experienced. Okay, this is something that I am passionate about. When we cannot just force people to share. No, oh, share mo naman, or share mo yung message ko, etc. It has to come with an extreme emotion. Okay, so when do people share? People share when either they are so happy that you have exceeded their expectations, or when they are so mad that you did not meet their expectations. So you have to be either of the two so that you can elicit a share in social media. Okay? And whether it's a rave or a rant, you get exposure on social media. Okay? There is a campaign that was created by the Mekong Tourism Coordinating Office, which is composed of 6 countries that traverse the Mekong River Basin. And they had this idea of coming up with a website where you can encourage people to share, okay, their experiences of the Mekong River, the Mekong River experience. And it allows small businesses to have a page on that website and to be heard, to be seen. And it encourages people who have been there to share, because they will raffle off or they will give it discounts and awards to people who share. And they do this, the concept is called hashtag Mekong Moments. Okay, so in barely a year, pre-pandemic, of course, the figures I have is pre-pandemic. In barely a year from its launch, it has generated 10,000 specific regional experiences and about 50,000 shares. Isn't that wonderful? When you have a post and you'd see there are thousands of likes and thousands of shares. So we'll talk about how that happens in a future slide. So when we look at this is what I'm referring to when I said that how can we elicit more engagement? How can we look at social media and make it really something very powerful as a marketing tool? We need to understand it from from the context of its 5 dimensions. Okay, the 5 dimensions are online community, interaction, content sharing, accessibility, and credibility. So social media has these 5 dimensions, okay, which we need to maximize. So I'll explain each one. The online community is a group of people, okay, who share a common interest, okay, or common interests around the product, and they interact in a common space. So whether it's TripAdvisor and they all contribute to that common space, whether it's a Facebook page, a Facebook group, they're there, okay? That is what marketing guru Seth Godin talks about. He calls it your tribe, okay? A tribe, okay? So your online community can grow to become your greatest advocates, and they will establish loyalty, okay? When you have a thriving online community, you actually don't need to answer queries on your page. because they interact among themselves. They're the ones who answer these questions. And when you have a thriving online community, it makes your work as a marketing person really easy. But building the tribe is actually, it takes time to build a tribe. You have to have a very good product. You have to have loyal customers, passionate enough to share their experiences to others. Okay, so that's your online community. And in social media, it is going to be a challenge. But once you have your online community, that will work well for you because you have a tribe. I see that we've posted, like in the TPB Facebook page, we've posted it there, right? The events, the FITEX events and these pep talks. And the sharings, the shares and the comments are generated from your online community. It is not just from the staff. Like I received several forwards of my poster because some of my friends in the academe are part of the online community of TPB. And it's just like saying, hey, I saw that you had a poster. I'm going to watch you tomorrow, etc. So that is your online community. And once you have this, they will be your loyalists. They will bring your brand to a higher level. And the more people in your online community, the better it is for your product. Next is your interaction. Okay, so together with interaction is your online community. But before they become truly engaged in your online community, social media has an interactive nature. Okay, when you put in something, okay, it's easy for the other person to just reply, to like, to give a comment, and to share. Okay? And that is the interaction. And that is so easily facilitated by the features of your different social media channels. Even our digital platforms, it's so easy. You get a response right away from the service provider. So that is crucial. And interaction is not present in traditional channels, remember? You watch on TV, you cannot click the channel and talk to the producer of the TV show, right? But in social media, your voice can easily be heard. Okay, and this is also something that I found out in my studies. Like I did my dissertation on the online image formation of ASEAN as a single destination, and most of their Facebook pages acted like a website. It's a pseudo website because they post something and just leave it there. No, when you engage people in social media, you have to interact with your audience. You have to reply right away. You don't just let the comment stay on the page unattended, questions unanswered, even for a day, okay, because of the interactive nature of social media. We also look at content creation. In this day and age, they say content is king, okay? And content is critical information that is created to communicate what is central, okay, and effective to the message. And it is quite normal for us to schedule, okay, our content, okay, for an entire year or an entire month, okay. And this content has to be well designed, and your brand has to be seen from this content. That's why we pay so much now for content creators, because that is what sells on the internet. And lastly, fourth is accessibility. Okay, it's so easy. It's at the tip of your fingers, right? Your accounts can easily be accessed quickly with ease, and it's user friendly. So it's just there. That's why I'm a Generation Xer. So it's hard for me to engage people in. You'll see how much of a boomer I am. Okay, it's hard for me to navigate Twitter, okay, or Discord. Okay, so I'm more of a Facebook, and I'm attempting to master Instagram as well. But as far as accessibility is concerned, social media accounts have high accessibility because everyone has a smartphone, or rather, 60 to 80% of Filipinos have a smartphone, have access to internet, and they can easily navigate their social media platforms from the bed, from the table, from the sofa, from the kitchen, wherever. Okay, so it's easily accessible. And lastly, credibility. Okay. The tourism product is highly tangible, right? You cannot subject it to scrutiny. Rather, it's highly intangible. Unlike consumer products where you can test it, you can try it, you can wear it, okay, before you purchase it. Tourism products, it is intangible. So you have to take the word of the one telling you that it's nice. Okay? Take my word for it that this is a nice place. Because social media offers a lot of credibility. Why? Because you know the identity of the other person you are transacting with. If you don't, they have actually established their credibility with the numerous content that they have produced. And so you believe them. Okay? They become so believable. Okay? And sometimes we ask, diba, if someone tells us something, we ask them, oh, sinong nagsabi niyan? Okay? And when you say the person who said it, then it becomes credible. In the Philippines, it's not just the message, but most of the time, it's also the messenger, the one who said it, that makes it believable, trustworthy. Okay, so credibility in the social media context, okay, it's very high. Okay, so given all these characteristics of social media, it is hard not to embrace it, not to adapt to it at this time. Because first, I think we don't have any choice. Second, it's really growing and has proven to be effective in many destinations, in many businesses, even outside tourism and hospitality. So given that, I leave you with 4 recommendations. Okay. My 4 recommendations is, if you are a social media marketer and you plan to use social media for your businesses, 1 is to increase engagement. 2nd is to use stories. 3rd is to establish your brand. And 4th is to value your community. So let me talk about each one in more detail. First is when we talk about increasing engagement. Let's make sure that we have strategic use of our media channels. Okay? Meaning, each media channel, we have to understand that Facebook has a different audience compared to Instagram, compared to TikTok, okay? And they also have different demographic profiles, okay? It's not just the age, it also has to come with demographic profiles. It also comes with their socio-economic status. Okay? Some people also use LinkedIn because LinkedIn, in terms of engagement, okay, for the higher earning millennials, they're there in LinkedIn. Okay? Next is in increasing engagement, you also need to utilize data analytics. Okay, most of the social media platforms, the Facebook Business Suite has data analytics. So you know exactly where your audience is or which audience you want to tap because you understand data analytics. In websites, your web developer will actually also give you information on which pages, the landing pages. Okay, so YouTube, I think there is also videos of up to how many minutes, like they say up to 2 minutes. So most of your valuable information has to be on the first 2 minutes of your video. Okay, but you also have to have a long video. YouTube says that the longer your video in terms of search engine optimization, you have a better likelihood of being on the top search. So there's just so much information, which I don't think an hour session is enough to cover, but there are a lot of digital marketing seminars out there that you can get. But my objective today is just to really share with you how social media marketing and digital platforms are essential for our businesses to survive and to thrive in this new, better normal. We also know, we have to know what people are buying online. In wearesocial.com, it also mentions that people buy the most travel. Okay, for the past years, it has been travel. It's only in 2020 and 2021 that I think fashion and beauty has dislodged this. And now we also know what people are buying online. Okay, so when we find out what they are buying online, okay, we know exactly how to market our products to the people who are buying the kind of products that we have. Next is, you may ask me, okay, that's why I presented this slide, to anticipate your questions. You might want to ask me, what social media accounts should we use? Okay. You know, there's so many overlaps in social media. Okay. So for instance, in Facebook, there would be 99% of Facebook users who use other platforms, which means we don't have to be in all social media platforms. We just have to choose 2 or 3 high-powered media channels to be able to express our brand, okay, to share our brand, to share our products. And it's up to you, because each social media channel will have a different set of audience. But as you can see from this slide, they overlap. So you can just actually choose 2 or 3 of these so that you can move forward in your social media marketing. Don't have to be an expert in all of this. Okay? Not because everyone is in TikTok means you have to be in TikTok. Oops. Yeah. Also, use stories because stories sell. Okay. Remember how we remember more yung kwento? When there's a speaker, we remember yung kwento niya kesa yung mga theories na sinabi niya, because stories sell. In the Philippines, sensational stories sell. Okay, proven by the fact that Tulfo is the top social media influencer there is, with 22 million subscribers. Okay, funny stories sell. Okay, look at Alex Gonzaga. Okay, diba? She's just, when you look at her channel, she's just sharing day-to-day activities, things that she does, and these stories sell. Okay. 2 other top YouTubers I've listed them down, si Ivani Alawi and Rance Kyle, both at 14 million subscribers. Okay. And when you look at their channels, they just actually share their passions. Okay, I couldn't say naman nonsense, no? But it's just your ordinary day-to-day activities. And we should learn how to tell our stories. Okay, how to tell our stories, because these stories actually sell. And we should not forget that we should establish a consistent brand. Okay, because the consistent brand is the one that gives us away. No, it has that brand recall. Once we know who we are through our identity, our logo, our design, our strategy, and our marketing, we establish a unique brand. Okay. In our story of the Philippine branding, in 2012, we changed our brand to It's More Fun in the Philippines. And it's been going on, wow. It's going to be 10 years in 2022. And it has to fly, okay? The brand is our identity. It shouldn't change just because we changed presidents. For instance, success stories, the branding of Thailand, Amazing Thailand. It's been there for ages. And they're at the top of the Southeast Asian number of tourist arrivals. Why? Because they have consistently used Amazing Thailand. They would just add a special thing into their brand, like branding, Amazing Thailand, hidden shades, and then this open to the new shades. They have an annual or a yearly, I forgot the term, a yearly identity, rather. Let me remember that. These are my senior moments. It's at the tip of my tongue. But they have the identity clear as Amazing Thailand. You know what their campaign? Oh, there, I found the word. They have a campaign. Okay, so from Amazing Thailand, they would say hidden shades to discover the tertiary, secondary, and tertiary destinations in Thailand. Then they look at open to the new shades. This campaign led to opening up Thailand to new markets like the single female, the senior male, single female, the senior male, and the LGBT community. And you also have, now their campaign is Amazing Thailand Plus. The plus connotes that they're into additional safety, more rewards for people who would want to visit Thailand. So you see how important branding is. And we shouldn't change brands just because leaders change. And last is to upgrade our the digital capabilities of your team. You have to upskill and retool. Okay. Upskilling means you already have a set of skills and you want to learn more. Okay. Retooling also is when you already know some things and you have to change, okay, and do something else because that is what is needed at this time. Okay. I never could imagine me speaking to 200, 300 people at the comfort of a corner of my room. But we had to learn the skills. We had to learn teleconferencing. We had to learn the use of Canva for more attractive presentations. We had to use the different social media channels because we need to, not because we just want to. Okay, the pandemic has caused us to embrace new technologies rather than be insignificant in the future. This allows us to take step, get ahead of other people. In UP, for instance, there are a lot of graduate students who are tourism officers from various government agencies. There are tourism practitioners who are now taking their diploma or their graduate classes with us, mainly because they say it can be done online and they're not as busy as they used to. So it's the chance to upskill and to retool. And that is a good thing. There are opportunities for us. There are so many webinars out there that can allow us to upskill and retool so that we can get ahead. Okay, we cannot just leave our digital footprint to chance. We have to take advantage, okay, of the digital boom and kailangan natin siyang sabayan. So that we can again visit these beautiful places. So that's it po. Maraming salamat. This is just a momentary pause in how we do things in tourism, but we will all rise above this and tourism will be back with a vengeance. Maraming salamat po. For those who want to keep up the conversation, I have my email address and my FB page. You can take a screenshot. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Miss Maricel. You know what? In fact, we are receiving a lot of agreement from our live stream and virtual platforms. But before we move on to that, I'm very interested, especially when you had the breakdown of the different kinds of social media platforms and apps. What do you think po of tourism via TikTok? Kasi right now, that's the fastest growing. That's the Filipinos have moved and it's continuously growing. The number of Filipinos now using TikTok and also TikTok being used for business. What do you think about TikTok tourism and how we can use it for our Philippine tourism as well?
Masaya yan. Pero ako hindi ko na-imagine yung sarili kong nagti-TikTok. But I'm sure there are a lot of millennials and Xennials out there. You know, the Xennials and the Alpha generation spend about 80 minutes of a day on TikTok. And if we are to enhance our domestic tourism, a lot of people are into TikTok, and it would be a very exciting platform for us to promote our products and services. But as I mentioned earlier, there has to be, you have to analyze where your audience is. Okay?
Yes.
And depending on your brand, if you have a high-end brand, you know where your clients are. They're not in TikTok. They'd probably be in Facebook or LinkedIn.
Yes.
So depende sa brand. If you can use that depending on your brand and on the goals, no? If it's just for awareness or the actual purchase, depending on which part of the travel planning process you are aiming to target.
Yes. Thank you very much for clarifying that for us. And in fact, you're absolutely correct because different channels really cater to different markets, different ages, and for different purposes. You're right, from awareness to purchases. Right now, because as a business owner as well, I have witnessed the shift of purchasing from from the Facebook page to Instagram, and we also had to adapt to that. I did not imagine that it would turn that way during this pandemic, but most of the purchases are done now via Instagram. Even if it's such a small thing, Instagram using the cell phone. So thank you for clarifying that for us. I'm sure we all learned so much. In fact, we have here, Miss Maricel, we have here one comment from Facebook by Melody Valencia Palomares. She says, indeed, the new normal is digital. Online platforms or applications are essential in a business. Side by side with innovations and adaptability. Using social media becomes a daily activity of individuals, whether for personal or business purposes. We just need to be responsible in everything we post or share.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And may I ask also for your ideas in terms of responsible share. I know you touched on content creation earlier. Now, I know that with the spread of fake news and other falsehoods online, how can we ensure that we are also using social media or the digital platforms responsibly, and also that can help us in our business?
That's a very good question. Thank you for a critical question that allows us as content creators to also think of the responsibility that it entails, especially if you already have a tribe or a growing community. You have to be very responsible. I think may hugot to kay Tony Gonzaga, diba? But I think, yes, we do really have to be very responsible. And so as content creators, we have to, our tribe kasi can see whether we are genuine or we're just out there to sell something. So as marketers, there has to be that credibility. Credibility has to be established, and your accountability as a content creator also has to be such that not because this will fund your, there would be more likes or more shares for this for this post that you will keep on doing it. You also have to have your values, your brand values in place, and those are that's your North Star. You don't go beyond just because it will earn or it will become viral. In fact, I'd like to address the issue of when does a post become viral? Okay, you actually don't know. You actually don't know when it becomes viral. So what you do is you just throw out the content in the hope that it becomes viral. So it means more content. Okay, you have to have this content out there, hoping that yes, this exciting content will turn to be viral.
Okay, well, that's a good insight. You have to create. I thought there was going to be a formula really for what will be viral, especially now that you mentioned earlier that it has to be really emotional, right? It has to be a rave or a rant. And then so in terms of that, we have to be, we don't know actually what will become viral, but as long as it is rooted on proper values, then we can keep on creating, and hopefully it's gonna really instill a lot of engagement online. Tama po ba yun, Miss Maricel?
Yes, well said. Uno.
Thank you very much for that. And we all learned a lot. You're right. 1 hour wasn't enough. In fact, I was listing a lot of things, and I am sure that a lot of our viewers today, our attendees, our participants learned a lot. So once again, thank you very much, Ms. Badilla, for your very enriching talk this afternoon. And maraming salamat for your pep talk.
Salamat. God bless you all.
And that about wraps up today's Pep Talks, but it also marks the beginning of FITEX. If you noticed all throughout, since this morning until Miss Maricel Badilla's talk, it boils down to values and reflecting on who you are and what we do as individuals. And then we can contribute to the community and then our environment and see how it affects the circular economy and overall as well as a tourism industry, especially since the Philippines is #1 globally in terms of social media usage. So this is something that is very exciting, especially for our industry. And so to summarize today's key takeaways, we learned that while tourism has been one of the hardest hit by the pandemic, there is no way to go but up by multitasking or diversifying our roles. We also learned that we can have fun while also helping the environment and local communities through sustainable travel. And to add to that, communities are encouraged to have a circular economy so that nothing goes to waste. And we can eventually save the environment and also save money or produce, in fact, sources of living for our communities who might have lost their jobs. Also, the money in our wallets, we can save the money on our wallets rather because of less cost for raw materials, renewable energy, upcycling, and more. And finally, digital marketing is a safe way to promote tourism, safe and effective way, while also having a wider reach as we prepare for the return of travel. You know, this was also touched on by Engineer Raimundo earlier. This is truly gonna encourage us and really give us the pep that we need, you know, the courage and the excitement, and this is what we need to not only create better tourists that are not just in terms of quantity, but more in terms of the quality so that we can keep on growing. And so once again, if you are watching via our live stream, we would still love to read your comments. And if you have any feedback, suggestions, just keep them coming. We're going to be reading them later on. You know, we love to learn if you have anything to share because we are co-creating. We are co-creating the future of safe and sustainable tourism. So if you have anything to share, we would love to read them, and also we're going to make sure that we check them out on our Facebook page. Now, before we finally and officially close today's sessions, we would like to thank our guests, our speakers, you, our participants, and viewers. And so right now, we would like to call on COO Mava for the final remarks.
Thank you very much, Miss Kaki. Hindi ko alam na magpo-closing remarks pala ako. Akala ko ikaw na yon. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to reiterate our gratitude to Engineer Eric Raimundo and of course si Prof. Maricel Badilla for the very, very helpful, insightful sessions with them this afternoon. Bitin nga, no? Nakakabitin. Pero yun ang maganda, kung feeling kayo bitin, ibig sabihin talagang maganda and we want more. So we wish to have you with us in future learning sessions. As I said in opening today's webinar, yung pep talk are really stories that are meant to spark inspiration and ignite enthusiasm and keep hope alive in our hearts through these dark days. And hopefully, lahat ng mga ako hinog na hinog eh. Ang dami ko kayang notes, Prof. Maricel. Ayan o, punong-puno yung notepad ko dito ng TTB ha, Engineer Eric. And so marami tayong natutunan sana yung mga kasama natin from the various universities that supported us also. Nako, kayong mga estudyante, nako, galingan nyo pa dahil ito, mabilis magbago ang technology, mabilis magbago ang ating mga sitwasyon, and it's important to keep pace with these changes and developments by continuously learning and relearning here. By way of closing, tingnan nyo yung ating theme for FITEX 2021. It's really beyond business. Yung sinasabi kanina ni Engineer Eric na we're not just looking after the numbers of tourists coming over. We are beyond that. But not to totally negate the goal to still be profitable. So as COO, I would like to remind us na yung FITEX 2021, talagang pinag-isipan natin yung theme dahil gusto nating ma-reinforce yung parang kumbaga triangle, the triple bottom approach to tourism in the better normal. And what are those three P's? Being able to balance the concerns of the planet, and we take care of Mother Earth, of our resources, of the natural gifts from the Lord, not compromising our profitability. So, kikita pa rin. Hindi naman tayo maghahanap buhay ng palugi. So, yon, konting tiyaga lang, pero kikita pa din tayo. And in a way, that serves the interests of our people. So, yun yung tatlong piece na gusto nating mabalanse as triple bottom, no? Bottom lines ng ating tourism, sustainable tourism in the new normal. The upholding the interests of our people, ensuring your profitability in a way that allows us to cultivate Mother Earth's resources, our planet, because we only have one for our next generations to also cherish. On that note, naku, I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday, whatever is left of it. And I wish all of you a wonderful learning time, and sana marami kayong makuhang engagements and leads in tomorrow's B2B and also on Tuesday. And si Prof. Maricel is married to a Bicolano like me. And today, is the feast of Our Lady of Peña Francia. So I wish Ina for blessings upon us. May she bring us always to safety in all our journeys and lead us all to Jesus in all of these endeavors. Because at the end, we are all doing this ultimately as sharers of the mission to make alive the kingdom of God here on earth. Maraming salamat po, and God bless everyone.
Maraming salamat po, COO Mava. And once again to our guests, speakers, participants, and viewers, on behalf of the Tourism Promotions Board, thank you, and we hope you enjoy this event. We're going to be seeing you around FITEX 2021 from September 19 to 23. Again, that's September 19 to 23. I am Kaki Teodoro. Keep safe, and remember, it's more fun in the Philippines.